Hi, Vanessa. Hi, John. How are you?
Good,
thanks you. Good, thank you.
Sound 1, 2. Sound 1. It's good.
So I get the water quickly.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning, guys. Joe. Hi.
Hi, Janet. How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you, man. I'm good. I'm going to be joining you guys later at the venue, eh?
That's perfect.
I'm connecting from the room. I'm just quickly completing an assignment, and then I will come and join you during the course of the day. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I think you are muted, Tammy, because I can't hear you, but I can see you're talking to me.
This meeting is being recorded.
Now you are muted. Can you unmute yourself? It's the bottom left button. It says on your screen, there's a button at the very bottom left.
Who are you talking to? You can request unmute.
Tammy.
Just request unmute for Tammy, please.
Molo akolile wamkelekile.
Molo Joe,
Unjani kaloku?
philile njani wena?
Sikhona siyatshiswa apha eRhini. Joburg.
Hey kumnandi apha. Hey.
Aliphuma inhlanzi. Tammy, did you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Great. So Sialin.
See the mute. So if you've got a sound, if you can see this is missing. So that means it's unmuted.
We can't hear you, Tammy.
Maybe there's something wrong with the mic.
Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with your microphone? Oh dear. We can't hear a single thing you're saying.
she can try headsets. If she's got headset might bypass that.
Can you hear in the background?
Hi, Tammy. Do you have any headsets that you can put on? No headsets. Okay. Because there could be something wrong with your. Yeah, that's now you're going on mute. That's mute now.
So now we're supposed to not be able to hear
So
you.
unmute now, please, Tommy. The same place where it should be at the bottom left.
Yeah,
there we go.
there she was, but it's still not coming
It's
through.
a mic. It'll be a mic. I just want to go to today's stuff.
Right, so, okay, so this person's online.
Yes, everyone is online.
Everyone's online
And
today.
this, you said next week.
Yes, but apparently that he's not going to come. Microphone's broken. Oh my God. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third and final, unfortunately, day of this conference.
One thing, sorry. There you go.
We were planning to start the day with Nomatamsan Martisani. However, it appears that her microphone is not working. And so we were wondering whether it would be possible in the meanwhile to just check if that's true. Dr. Tisani, can you give us an indication whether that is still true? This was not him. Oh, there she is. Oh, I need glasses. If Sandeswa, is it possible for you to begin right away while we try? No, she's been on. We've been with her for about 15 minutes already. Okay. Dr. Tisani, is your sound better? No. We cannot hear you. Okay, Dr. Tisani, then I've just been asking Sandeswa if she would be able to present while we just try and see if we can help you with your microphone. Would that be acceptable to you?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Well,
Hi.
I am not sure if my sound okay.
Yes, yours is fine.
Okay. Can I get a few minutes because I was not ready to present first?
That's fine. Akalila, could we ask you if you would be ready to present first?
Okay, I can present.
Okay. So then let's start with Akalila, and then we'll check with Dr. Tisani if she's able to present at that point. And if not, then Sandiswa we will move straight to you. And I'm so grateful to you for being so spontaneous in this situation.
No problem.
Atolila, for this fifth and almost final panel of the day, would you please go right ahead? We are in your hands.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Joe and Skumbuso for inviting me to speak here today. I'm going to be sharing my paper titled Reverend Soga, A Man of Two Worlds and Cultural Interpretations of the Bible. And so I begin. In a lunch conversation after church with fellow Christians, a white Scottish missionary who spent almost 10 years living at Clonard, which is commonly known and referred to as King Williamstown in English, in the Eastern Cape, he remarked that Soga was a man of two worlds. Although, at least to me, the assertion seemed to suggest that Soga operated outside the context of his culture, as if conversion to Christianity means completely abandoning a person's ethnic origins. Now, having grown up in Johannesburg, hi guys, there, and regularly visiting our ancestral home in Transkei in the Eastern Cape, I was exposed to various interpretations of Christianity that advocated for a transformative approach towards one's cultural identity after converting to Christian faith. This meant that becoming a Christian does not mean you cease to be Xhosa. Instead, once you convert, one's cultural identity and its traditional practices, which in Xhosa we call amasiko, must be transformed in light of the revelation of God's Son, Jesus Christ. Though this perspective was passed down and subsequently inherited from my great-grandfather, twice removed, who also planted a church that continues to stand today in Ramakwe, other relatives have taken a very different approach to the place and role of amasiko after converting to Christianity. I then approached Umfundisi Soga, then with this particular concern in mind, by attempting to develop a Xhosa Christian interpretation to this question of animal sacrifice through an investigation of Jesus' sacrificial death on the cross and its implications on the performance of amasiko, like animal sacrifice, after converting to the Christian faith. Now, although Soga was the first Black African Church of Scotland missionary to amaXhosa, I situate the Reverend's hermeneutics of the Bible within his cultural and social vocation. Such an approach is part of the decolonial ways that South African biblical scholars have suggested as an approach to redeem the colonial imposition of Christianity. However, Soga is not the only Xhosa Christian of his time. Already before Umfundisi set sail to Scotland, Soga scholars like Davies and Levine indicate that the chief of the Amatinde Xhosa, Udyan Sazo, was the first convert to Christianity before Zigana, thus making him part of a second generation of Xhosa converts to Christianity. Therefore, in my PhD thesis, I did not limit this Xhosa Christian interpretation of Jesus' cross to Soga alone, but I also include perspectives from Zigana, Ngele, Dukwana, and even Ununghaus, just to name a few. Since the issue of animal sacrifice in Christianity does have historicity in the form of the national sacrifice of cattle killing, an investigation into how the Christian concept of resurrection was interrogated into the Xhosa worldview, this is also investigated. So, I intend to develop a transformative reading of animal sacrifice, which affirms the Xhosa religious practice by offering a cultural interpretation of the Christian faith within the Xhosa context. Thus, I posit Reverend Soga within his cultural view in conversation with other Xhosa Christians who are interpreting this new religion in different ways, but all who I argue are attempting to negotiate this colonial imposition associated with Christianity in a rapidly changing social equation. However, in this paper, I will first begin by describing South African biblical interpretation approaches, which all attempt to decolonize the Bible in order to produce African interpretations of the Bible and also African perspectives on Christian faith. I then proceed to discuss how Soga's hermeneutics should be viewed as a form of cultural interpretation that is different to other Xhosa interpreters of his time. In positioning Soga with his contemporaries, a Xhosa Christian interpretation can be developed, demonstrating our hermeneutical agency with the Bible and how we have used this Judeo-Christian faith in a transformative way. So, to my first point, the South African biblical hermeneutics. So, how do South Africans interpret the Bible in the field of biblical studies? So, as I've already indicated, what I'll be doing in terms of animal sacrifice, in this paper, I want to ask the question, can I be Xhosa and still authentically be a Christian? The dichotomy to this question, at least for me, was best demonstrated in the funeral service of our first democratically elected South African president, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. The selection of the Lucane passage of the parable of talents evoked a bias in my own exegetical interpretation of the Bible. Although I would have generally attributed Mandela with the servant who significantly multiplied their talents, the preacher identified Mandela with the one who hid their talent. Now, I am in no way attempting to criticize Bishop Siwa here, but I am trying to allude to the interpretational bias that all preachers, interpreters, and exegetes of the Bible have when reading it. This Ramaswamy describes as social location, which is an important hermeneutical, which I quote, is an important hermeneutical device in the reading of biblical texts, close quote. Now, social location basically refers to the position of an individual in a society or culture. For Ramaswamy, this is important because when an interpreter recognizes this, at least they are then able to acknowledge their position and learn something from their reading of this sacred text. Practically, this is achieved by what South African scholars call a tripolar hermeneutical move, which means we bring the Bible into dialogue with our context and then use a decolonial ideological framework to apply it. However, situating in the context is not limited to South Africa alone. It can also be located in other various contexts which an interpreter resides. This social location, however, does not exclude one's cultural context. For the basis of this paper, then, I will utilize Soga's art of interpretation of the Christian gospel by alluding to specific passages that resonate with his views. I will also include hymns in order to better comprehend this theology and further compare it to other conscious and ideological positions. The politics of conversion, to my second point. Now, colonization negatively affected African knowledge systems. Ramaswamy rightly indicates 4 ways that this happened, and I quote, through the suppressing of the production of African knowledge, meaning, beliefs, and culture, imposing colonial knowledge systems upon African minds, thirdly, co-opting the colonized into colonial ways of thinking, and fourthly, seducing Africans to follow Euro-Western forms of knowledge and culture, close quote. This was propagated in the time of Soga, where conversion to Christianity was viewed as a mechanism to become civilized. Nelson Mandela, when reflects on this in his autobiography, when reflecting on Mfengu Xhosa Christians, quote, when I was a boy, the Mfengu were the most advanced of the community and furnished our clergymen, policemen, teachers, clerks, and interpreters. They were also the first to become Christian, to build better houses, and to use scientific methods of agriculture. And they were wealthier than their Xhosa compatriots. They confirmed the missionary axiom that to be Christian was to be civilized, and to be civilized was to be Christian.
Aquilina, you seem to have muted yourself accidentally.
Right.
We got
Is
to be closer, to be civilized was to be Christian, and to be Christian was to be civilized.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Kabela confirms this, further pointing out that the Mfengu were the first to be brought into the Cape Colony, first working as servants, and then after converting to Christianity, they received a missionary education. Such a view, however, had cultural religious implications. For example, Kabela describes how old Soga, Reverend Soga's father, allowed him not to participate in the rite of passage of Ulaluk during a time, and I quote, when it was unthinkable for a Xhosa man not to be circumcised, close quote. Other cultural practices, according to Kabela, include polygamy and the wearing of Xhosa traditional clothing. Umfundisi Soga, however, remained adamant that circumcision was a barbaric practice that must be abolished. Although Soga is in a time when conversion was connected to an erasure and complete abandonment of one's cultural affinity, such a position is inconsistent to other interpretations that Soga makes regarding Christianity. For example, in the King William Gazette in 11th of May 1865, Soga writes that, and I quote, Africa was of God given to the race of Ham. I find the Negro from the days of all the Syrians downwards, keeping his individuality and distinctiveness amid the wretch of empires and the revolution of ages. I find him keeping his place among the nations and keeping his home and country. I find him opposed by nation after nation, driven from his home. I find him enslaved, exposed to all vices and the brandy of the white man. I find him in these conditions for many a day in the West Indian Islands, Northern and Southern America, and in Southern American colonies of Spain and Portugal. I find him exposed to these disasters and yet living, multiplying, and never extinct, close quote. I want to rest on this point, I think this is significant. I think this shows two things about Soga here. It shows his knowledge about the plight of Black people in the time of the colonial era. He is very much aware of the oppression that Black Africans are facing with the transatlantic slavery and which was happening already in his time. So he's not ignorant of this. And I think this is a very important point to highlight that. But back to my paper. All right, so this is significantly different to other Western missionaries like John Aleph, who actually was responsible for leading the Mfengus into the Cape Colony. Aleph equated Southern Eastern Bantu's lack of written material and in favor of oral tradition as an indication of their barbarism. Soga's awareness of his people's agency, however, by associating them as people who know God, suggests that he was more focused on converting his people to the faith that he believed so dearly in. For instance, in his journal, Soga writes, and I quote, "Give me the gospel alone to my people. Give me Christianity alone. The world will be subdued. It would take time, but it would ultimately conquer," close quote. This has quite similarities with Paul's in Romans 1:16, where he says, I believe in the power of the gospel. I believe in this gospel. It is the power of God unto salvation. And there's a connection there with how the power of the gospel, how it has power to redeem, power to liberate. So yeah, this is significant then, because it seems that Soga advocates for a more gospel-centered approach to liberation, one where we convert to a faith without its political imposition. Mfundisi's awareness of the Black Africans' oppression and tracing its historicity suggests that Soga is not naive to the struggles of his people, but rather he hopes that through faith in Christ, they will be liberated from this continual cycle of subjugation. Right, so comparing him to his contemporaries, now this is an interesting point for me, because we're talking about, in terms of animal sacrifice, where we can think of the cattle killing based on the prophecy of Nonga. So I don't want to focus on too much on the negative aspect and the implications of that, but rather the how Unonga, so for example, how she applies the concept of resurrection, right? She argues that if we slaughter our cattle, the ancestors will rise again. So resurrection is not some imminent future esoteric thing that is limited to when Christ will return, as we see in Matthew 25 and even in Revelations, but rather it is something that happens now. It will restore creation now, and it will push back this white colonial force into the sea. So it's this idea of creational restoration. So you see how this goes back to the debate of orthopraxy versus orthodoxy. How closer religion is more orthopratic, it's more practical. Religion is it's not just about head knowledge or what the text says, it's about by living right and obeying certain rituals, practically life will be improving. So that's a stark difference, but you sort of see in Soga's hymn of Lisaliting Alam, of how there is this focus again on God, and it's focused on his truth. It's focused on having faith in him as a way of being liberated, which it's a bit different. It seems as if he's negotiating. It seems like in this case, he's negotiating the universal aspect of the gospel, how all people will be saved, all those who will believe in Christ, as like in John 12:32, where Jesus has come to draw all people to him. So through faith in him, all people will be drawn. And this is not just limited to Israel, all people, non-Jewish people as well, including lots of people today. And so it's linked in this universal aspect of inclusion into God's family, which again supports the notion that it seems that, at least to me, that Soga is involved in a gospel-centered approach to liberation, which is trying to negotiate Christianity in the context of Xhosa culture. And I think that's me. That's my time.
Thank you, Aquilina. Thank you so much for a really interesting discussion. And as we've done in the past a few days, I'd like to take all the papers so that we can have discussion in which the knowledge that we generate together actually informs those discussions at the end, if that is okay with you. Thank you so much. I have at least 40 questions just to jump straight. Sandiswa, are you there, and are you ready to speak?
Okay, I think I can do it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then after you have spoken, we will cross to Dr. Tsani. Thank you so much, Sandiswa.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference. My paper is titled Tentative Outlook to some of Soga's songs contained in the MCSA hymnal book. I want to first point out that in this paper today, because this is a long project that I am doing on Soga and Tsikane and Tukwan, I will not get into detail of the songs, but I will touch on where I'm coming from and how I approach this research on Tsikane. So my name is Sandiswa Lerato Kobe. I'm the daughter of Nozoli Lekobe and Matoloto Lokobe. My father, Matoloto Lokobe, is the son of Wele, who is the grandson of Kobe. Kobe was the brother to Dukwana and the son of Nsikane Kagaba, who was friends with the Soga family. So coming from this background, for a long time, belonging to the family of Nsikane for me as a child was difficult because there were always two stories to tell about Nsikane. One, Nsikane was the one who saw the future chosen by gods and our ancestors to see the destruction that missionary church and education and Western civilization came with. Nsikane is remembered as a great Xhosa prophet who in the fight between Ngqika and the Ndlambe tried to direct them to the right direction, that the war was not between brother and sister, but it was between them and the imperialist, the explorer and the missionary. Knowing clearly that first it's the explorer, then the missionary, then the gun, and then the missionary again, Nsikane is remembered as the pioneer of African Christianity, African indigenous churches, as he began his own church using his Xhosa ways of knowing the world, dance, music, and other things. They say that in his arrogance, he is said to even have baptized himself by A.C. Jordan. On the other side, Nsikane is remembered as one who told people to convert to Christianity, therefore associating himself and African people with the destruction that came with Western civilization, which means he was a friend of the missionaries. At least this is the story that white scholars usually tell me in South Africa. He was the one who led his own people to the destruction as he wanted to reconcile them with a religion that did not want to reconcile with them. He even went further and took his sons Dukwana and Kobe to study in the missionary schools when he gave them to the Brownlee school. And this is how Black people read Nsikane, and also, therefore, this is how Black people read people like Soga. Soga's story is told the same way like that of my great-grandfather in South Africa. Therefore, both, they can never escape the political arena because they come into the forefront. We can never not read Soga outside of the politics. Now, though my great-grandfather and Soga are not particular living in the same period of time, because my great-grandfather was at the beginnings of the frontier wars with the British Empire. However, he experienced the violence of the Dutch emanating from the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck in 1652. Soga comes in the middle, if not towards the end of the frontier wars. And Soga has heard of my ancestors Nsikane who refused to be baptized and follow the missionary church. Moreover, him working with Dukwana and others, they must have had discussions about the presence of missionaries, the explorer, the soldier, together with the colonial administrators, such as Harry Smith, Charles Brownlee, who with a stroke of a pen stripped King Sandile of all powers as king of his own people, thus making Sandile to report to Brownlee. However, within this context, Soga went ahead and was baptized and became the first Black minister, a missionary, and ordained in Glasgow, December 1856. Like Dukwana, Soga believed that Africans can be both Christian and African. He attempted to embrace the white world. Of course, this is why Xolela Mancu refers to Soga as the very consequential African who encouraged Africans to denounce African culture and African ways of being and knowing the world. He believed that Africans must be Christian and they must denounce African spirituality. Settled, therefore, from this background, Mancu notes that Sigo is one of the Africans who believed that European culture was superior to that of African culture. I think this is why William writes that Soga believed in Black traditional values and tried to reconcile them with aspects of Western civilization. And because if you're looking at that from a Black theology perspective, he's not trying to reconcile Western values into African values like Nzikane has done, but it's the other way that they must become, African culture must assimilate to Western culture. Many black scholars describe Dio Soga as one who was always in conflict with himself and his life as a black priest and missionary. He lived his life at crossroads. Thus, Graham Duncan describes him as a conflicted character grappling between two worlds. Graham writes, Soga lived in a time and context where the confluence of two cultures collided, and throughout his life wrestled in the deep waters of conflicting cultures. And I do not want to get into what it means to live through conflicting culture, but Ngungiwa Tiogo describes this very well when he argues that culture is not just culture, but it is history, politics, it is philosophy, and it is the spirituality of a people. Therefore, if Graham argues that Dio Soga was conflicted between two cultures, it is the same as saying Dio Soga was conflicted between two gods. One was Xhosa and one was Western, thus making him again political, because to be Christian is a political stand, and not to be Christian is still a political stand. Of course, William writes that at the age of 6, during the War of 1835-1836, Soga fled with his mother to the mountains. In 1846, the War of the Axe broke and Dio Soga was at Lovedale. Thus perhaps through Graham argued that Dio Soga was forcibly detached from his people in his career. What I'm trying to say here is that Graham, when he reads Soga in his career, he says that he was detached from his people as he went abroad and studied in all these spaces. But Vianney Willem argues that Dio Soga was well immersed within his people, because he has experienced at the age of 6 the genocide of colonialism. So therefore, in his upbringing, Dio Soga, according to Willem, is born in the context of Black conquest and genocide of Black people, therefore making him one character in the Black history in South Africa whose life was immersed in the frontier wars, thus making him not different from Dukwana, the elder son of Nzikane. And of course, Dukwana was the advisor to Dio Soga because he was the elder at the time. This is why also even Dukwana also believes that African culture, there's no conflict between African culture and Christianity, because they influenced each other. In fact, you can argue because Dukwana was the elder, played a major role on how Dio Soga thought about issues. Therefore, this view that Dio Soga was alone is not true. I don't know how scholars read that they're still trying to find Dio Soga's friends, but Dio Soga's friends have always been there if you read Dio Soga through the Black scholars' lenses. So therefore, from this context, we cannot really say which God made him believe that Xhosa culture was inferior to Western culture, and that African needed to catch up to Western civilization as they were uncivilized beings. We don't know which God is it. I mean, this is one of the things I want to spend time investigating in his work. I'm not sure which God between the two appeased him by making him think that there is a way that Christianity can be adopted by Africans through integrating African spirituality to Western spirituality. I'm not sure which God showed him that the Western civilization, even in its own backyard, came with the destruction of human life. Of course, William writes that when he traveled to Europe and saw the men who worked in the fields and the factories, Dio Soga was very much disturbed by this destruction of human life now in Europe. However, we know that Dio Soga's experience of genocide, particularly the Ngqaule, Inqaule that left Black people destitute and impoverished for a lifetime made him realize the destruction that Western civilization came with. And I think he understood that Western civilization and Western Christianity were two sides of the same coin. Therefore, in response of Inqaule that moved people from their homes to the Transkei, and this is directly my culture, because I am coming, my great-grandfather, Kobe, were actually the very first people in our village. Everyone who came to that village came because they followed Kobe. So, my ancestors were part and parcel of those people who were moved over the K. Even if you will trace in my clan name, we have one of the sayings that says Nqibane, those who crossed over the Nqiba. So therefore, this is directly where I come from. And Soga is part of those people who were moved. And therefore, he experienced the consequences of Inqaule directly. Therefore, there is no way we can again spiritualize Soga in a Western way of spirituality, creating two conflicting views of Soga, because he is a political character by birth, by context in which he's born in and by his choice of doing things. Therefore, from this context, Soga started composing songs that reflected the Inqaule. William writes that when he, Masana writes that in these songs he produced, he didn't just spread the gospel, but he expressed the pain and suffering of the Xhosa people. Therefore, it is from this background that my work on Soga seeks to explore Soga's hymns contained in the mainline churches. For as I have been reading them in the Methodist Church, if you read Soga's songs, there's another one I'm exploring, which I mentioned here, Wazidala. They were always, and if you are reading Soga in the context of Inqaule, you will realize his songs are always about African culture in that context, like Liza Lisi Dingalako, and also about land. This is hymn 16, which is in the Methodist Church. I think it is not given who wrote the song, but if you read it, it is one and the same, like everything, the genre, everything is the same as Soga's song. Wazidala, hymn 16, is about land, is about food, is about all of these things that were given and then they were taken away. They were given by God and then taken away. So therefore, these are the songs that I want to explore. And one of the people who influenced, when I'm concluding, for me to explore Soga is, of course, Prof. Yanni Velem, may his soul rest in peace, who really played a role in us, the new Black theology of liberation scholars in South Africa. In one of my articles, in fact, I argued that Soga is caught in between these two wells of superior and inferiority, and you can see this in his hymn that he produced, because when you analyze this song, he first speaks about the experience of people, but somewhere, somehow in the song, he becomes very Western and very spiritual, which is other people actually believe that Black scholars within the mainline churches, they edited these songs to go together with the missionary gospel to evangelize and convert the natives. But these songs did not end actually like that. And in fact, I think one of the arguments of Prof. Yanni Velem was that even when he would preach his sermons, there would be a priest who will oversee those sermons, and then they will edit those sermons sometimes. Therefore, Black scholars need to do thorough research on this, and knowingly, as Black people, we have lived in the time of Musi Maiman and all of these spaces. So we therefore living in a colonial conquered world as an oppressed person, we know what that means. So therefore, So one of my works, therefore, is literally dedicated to his song, to studying them from a Black theology perspective. Of course, Malusi Mpumlwana argues that Liza Lisidinga Lakho was written by Dio Soga in the context of the Ingawi. Soga, differently from the Babylon, I'm quoting now Malusi Mpumlwana, exiles, was not asked to sing, but was taunted by white settlers in Port Elizabeth, jeering at his wearing European clothes, a novelty at the time, and working with a Scottish woman for his wife. They told him that African people will be totally overcome by Europeans and that his culture and all it stood for will be forgotten. That very month, Soga responded to the taunting by writing his Song of the Lord. How can we sing the song of the Lord while in foreign land? The hymn he wrote, Liza Lisidinga Lakho, translate to fulfill your pledge, your commitment, O God. It is a song of assured hope and confidence that the faithful God will make good on his pledge of the Jesus Manifesto to set the oppressed free and proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. The last verse of the original lyrics by Soga, now what I said that they actually edited these songs and his sermons. Oh Lord, bless the teachings of our land. In the now translation, it's saying the teachings of the gospel. It doesn't say the teachings of Isizwe, like the Black people nation. And therefore revive us, that we may restore goodness, meaning that it restore what was there before the encounter with colonialism and Christianity. Unlike, therefore, the Babylon exiles, Soga does not hang his harp in the willow tree, but he uses it to inspire hope, built on the foundation of the best of his people's values and teachings, that we may restore what is good for the common good. This was a resolve not to reconcile with the predictions of those who were taunting him, of the demise of values he had cherished. Therefore, I argue that proving James Cone's argument that Black spirituals are not evident that Black people reconcile themselves to human slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. However, these are Black songs emphasizing that Black liberation is consistent with the divine revelation, thus making part and parcel of thus making Dio Soga part of the parcel of the coconut in our times right now. The young people will know what we mean by coconut, because these were the new generation post-1994 that were supposed to sing the song of the new South Africa, of the Rainbow Nation, but the same who were believed to be the born frees are the same ones who are rebelling today against the new South Africa and making it parallel to colonialism, slavery, and apartheid. Therefore, like all other Blacks who have touched colonialism, Dio Soga also has went through all the stages of encountering Western Christianity, Western civilization, and
Sandisa, we need to clap again. The applause was muted, but very loud. Thank you so much for a very, very brilliant paper. I'm really looking forward to talking more. I believe that we have Dr. Tisani back again. Is that true, Dr. Tisani?
Yes, I'm back.
That is so wonderful. If you're ready to present, then we are ready to listen.
Thank you for having me, for your invitation, Joe and Skumbuzo. And I really apologize because I'm quite flustered with technology. I thought that I would have a grand entrance. Now I'm having an apologetic entrance as I am working on as I'm working on technology, I'm trying to get my the title of my paper on screen because I've changed it. So what do I do, by the way, to make it bigger? What do I do?
Dr. Sunny School's here, he's going to help.
Yeah.
Mama, ubanga uyaphansi ujonge pha ushare screen.
Yeah, share screen. Yeah, I see share screen.
Khawuklike
Yeah.
Put the video on.
ile nto oh masiqale ngevideo yakho kuqala mama.
Right. Start, yes, and then share screen.
Then your presentation usoyivulele yona ndithi.
My PowerPoint presentation.
Usoyivulele ke background yona. So that xa usharisha screen we can be able to see what you have on the good desktop yakho.
This thing never ends. It's a nightmare that never ends.
Okay. Naso ukwazile ke mama.
What have you got? What have you got?
Siyabona ke ngoku siyabulela. Ungavele nje mhlawumbi uyenze inkulu uye phaa kulaa just to make apha ezantsi apha right.
Right, phezulu.
Apha ezantsi apho ungaklika apho kuqala.
Yeah.
Then uze apha ezantsi to so that ile nto yakho abona kule ndawo on your bottom right.
Bottom right, yes.
Then you go to up again. There's that yellow lentos highlighted in yellow. The third one, not on. Let's start, not lay. It's a lenguaje. Lay again. Pindubuele peasants.
The little cup.
Up.
Okay. All right, then I want to get out of it. I'm not going to I'm just wanting to flag the title of my paper because I've changed slightly from what I had, from what I submitted. But it's not a major change. The interesting change is that I've moved from the earlier title where I had the word continuum, and I've changed it to since the beginning, because continuum was from the perspective of a linear thinking. And yet in my Africanist thinking, I'm wanting to avoid thinking like Westerners who move from 200 to 300, from 2020 to 2022. Africanist thinking is much more cyclical, and it can therefore not be a continuum. And that's what I'm trying to explain in this title. In fact, I shouldn't be having him as yet. What I want to speak on is to join this beautiful conversation that has been going on this past 2 days on Soga, the Komarov stock of long conversations that the indigenous people had with missionaries. And I would like to believe that this conference has added to the length of the conversations. We can't even measure the conversations because we've got so many questions and challenges to respond to. When we look at Soga, and in particular this weekend, the lyric that goes on around him is that he was a man of two worlds. And this is put differently by others. Some say he belonged to two cultures. And Jeza says he straddled two cultures. And perhaps this is a bit diminishing to so great a man as he was, just to be giving the image that he was a bet, elilulwane, something that is not respectable in his world, in his African world. He was not Mbolombini. And we perhaps need to question ourselves, what lens are we having on to be describing him the way you are doing and saying that he belonged to two worlds? He did not. He was an African, and he remained an African right through. That the fate or the gods placed in his life the coming of colonials and the coming of Christianity was not his fault. And perhaps as we look at this African, we should be looking at a man who is trying from his own perspective, from his own worldview, to see how he can maneuver his way and make the best of it. And I would like to say that from an African worldview, from the way Africans create new knowledge, there is inclusivity, and that he included colonialism or aspects of Western civilization, or that he included Christianity, does not mean that he had stopped being an African. Inclusivity within the African worldview allows that to happen because there is expansiveness, there is elasticity, and what we can perhaps begin to see him as somebody who opened up, adapted, and adopted some aspects of colonial civilization, as they called it, as well as of Christianity, but without stopping being an African. Theo Soga, in this title, I am saying that he was part of the African church since its beginning. Now, we almost forget that Christianity has its base and its home in Africa. The founders of Christian thinking, of Christian religion, are great men and women who were in the African province of the Roman Empire. And that we do not know enough of those is part of the selection and exclusion and erasure that we get from Western thinking. Western or European Christianity does not celebrate its roots enough, that the roots of Christianity are from Africa, from outstanding men like Origen, outstanding men like Cyprian, a giant like Augustine of Hippo, women of faith like Perpetua, like Monica, like Felicity. And this is hardly celebrated. And I would like to say that even Soga himself, as he was puzzled by this new teaching that he was being subjected to, he would have been made to think about what happened to the Ethiopian eunuch who was baptized, and what happened to all those Christians, or all those Africans who make their appearance in the New Testament. Why is there such silence about them? And therefore, he would have tried to listen to the echoes that would have come from North Africa, from the church in North Africa, of which he was trying to be part of. There would have been echoes, and we look at the Marian theme. We look at the theme of Mary and her son. That theme is common in African folklore. That theme is common in the epic of Sundiata in West Africa, where the hero Sundiata is born, and immediately he is a special child who is born to his mother, and the two of them go on as we relate the story. Equally, in the south, in Insomi, we have stories of Uhlakanyana. Unfortunately, young people perhaps are losing touch with us in African Insomi. Insomi, the Westerners call them folklores, where there is an attack in the village, and this woman who is pregnant bears a son, and it is this son who brings relief to the village, and this son is Hlakanyana. So we've got themes that are sort of akin to the Marian theme, which would have puzzled Soga as he tried to come into grips with this new teaching that he was being given. He was Itwasa, I've said this point earlier on in Skumbuzo's presentation he made on, and Itwasa is somebody who is gifted. And this particular child, the parents immediately know that this is not an ordinary child. The mother in particular will know that I am not carrying an ordinary child, and the father will soon follow. And this is the case if we look at Soga's childhood. His mother immediately thinks that perhaps the best for this special child of mine is to take him to the mission station, and we'll see what it is that we can make of what is happening there. And the interesting about it is that Soga Senior never puts up a fight. As I was reading a document by Beckhouse, he relates a story of a man who came to the mission to drag his wife back home. There is no record of Soga doing that. And he seems to have felt that this Itwasa in my house, let's see how it is going to happen. And Joe tells us that Tio's second name is Zisani, and in Xhosa it means, what are you bringing us? What are you bringing us? And so from the word go, this is Itwasa. And when people are puzzled as to how it happened that he ended up in a mission station, and how it happened that Tio Soga, that Soga Senior allowed him to remain there and even to go overseas, it is within African thinking. They allowed that to happen because they realized that this was a special person. It had to happen because there was something special about him. Then we look at Tio as he tries to understand what it is all about when he's in Glasgow, when he is in Scotland. He doesn't only learn about what is in the curriculum, but he also comes into contact with African Americans. And again, Jo Davis touches this quite strongly in her book. Thinkers like Blyden, thinkers like Crummell, and Dr. Garnett, who I really pick from Jo. And these are the people who came in with new ideas as far as Tio Soga was concerned, ideas about the liberation of slaves, the abolition of slavery, and the idea about regeneration of Africa, the notion that Africa was once a great place, and our call is that we go back to that. We must imagine what would that have made to a young man who was wrestling with this whole issue of Christianity within his African world. But then we look at Tio as he returns home. He returns home and he is still listening to echoes of his ancestors. His ancestors now are not just Mazaleni, are not just Jwaga, but he's included new ancestors. And this is Nsikana, this is Makana. These are the new ones who have embraced Christian teaching. And Nsikana in particular, though he was not baptized, is accepted as the founder or the father of Christianity among Amaxhosa. And Tio Soga embraces this non-Christian, if we are being quite strict about it, about the fact that he was not baptized, but this Xhosa ancestor. And it is his music, it is the echo of his music that ihlobisa uhlanga as he comes back. Ihlobisa uhlanga, he is awakened as an African because we believe that uhlanga is something that is within us. It is the divinity that is in us, which is awakened from time to time. And at this time, in the case of Tio Soga, it is awakened by when the cry is, Kusile, And those who misinterpret Nsikana say, he said, Sele. Nsikana was saying, Kusile. There is a dawn that he was calling for. It was a beginning of a new cycle in the life of Africans in Southern Africa. There was a cycle of being reintegrated with the Northerners, with the church in the North. And that is this call by Nsikane when he says, Kusile. But then Makana was also part of this call, and he responded to the teachings. They are contemporaries, Nsikana and Makana, and he responded to the teachings of missionaries like Reed that he actually went along with. But the interesting point about Makana is that he took a different line from the one that was taken by Nsikana. He actually claimed to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. He claimed to have the power to resurrect people. He created his own theology that was anathema to the missionaries, that was anathema to the colonialists. And by the way, Makana's theology did not stop him from taking up arms. And in 1819, even though he had embraced Christian teaching, in 1819, he took up arms and led the attack on a small military settlement, which the English called Grahamstown. And it was not a success then in 1819. And in April 1819, to cut a long story short, as related by Wells and as related by Tisani V, Makana was arrested by the English and they took him to Robben Island, and he died, drowned as he was trying to escape. That he did not die, by the way, that his spirit continues to blow is celebrated in the fact that that Grahamstown of 1814 is now Makanda of 2020, exactly 200 years later. So to go back to Dio Soga, he took a line that was embracing Christianity, that was not going to be as radical as Makana's line, that was not going to be as radical as Beatrice Kimper's line, who in Congo in the 18th century was actually beheaded by the Portuguese. So he actually was aware that there were two possibilities that one could pursue, and he decided to go on with the line of compromise. But what actually was Dio Soga doing in compromising? Was he selling out? We can say he was a colonial stooge. Was he cheating, in the sense that on the one hand, he preached Christianity, but underhand, he seemed to have been pushing an African theology? Was there duplicity in the way he was doing things? No, it wasn't. It was his African way of elasticity and of accommodating the various strands that were coming in. He was appropriating Christianity into the African church that had been founded at the beginning of the Christian era in North Africa. Now, this concept of appropriation is used quite generously by writers like Santos, like de Kock, like Young. The notion that indigenous people took aspects of Western thinking. My contention is not this, that is not exactly that appropriation. The appropriation I'm talking about is the indigenous people accommodating this foreign thinking, this new thinking, and integrating it into their world. And this is how we must understand Dio Soga, is that he is simply integrating Christianity into his world. How did it come about when odds were stacked against him? We need to be looking at not only the fact that he was recognized as a Twasa in his home, but we need to look at the very fact that his mother, Nosutu, is the one who took him and introduced him to Christianity. And it is not only that we are to think of the Marian doctrine that we've got to think of. We also have to think of the ear thesis that Oyewumi, the Nigerian sociologist, puts forward about the relationship between the mother and son in the African world. The ear thesis in Oyewumi's thinking is that the mother, as we see in the regions, as we see in the political regions, that the mother is one who has supreme influence on the son for the rest of his life, actually. But as I have already inferred, Soga Senior was a particular character that would make the accommodation of new ideas by Soga, Tio Soga, possible. He himself had done that. He is reputed to have been one of the first to adopt Western technology, the plow, Western means or forms of agriculture. He is one of the first to have adopted Western capitalist practices, whereby he would sell his crops, interestingly enough, to the forts, the very forts that were keeping soldiers to take the land off. He is one who had opened up his world and accommodated the Western way. And therefore his son, Tio, was simply following his father. It was father and son. But when we look at Tio further, we know that there was a character called Gyani Chachu. Gyani Chachu had grown up in Bethelsdorp, had been sent by his father at a young age, and had been baptized in 1814. So, like Tio Soga, Gyani Chachu had grown into Christianity. Having gone there as a child, he was not a convert. He had been groomed into Christian ways of doing things. And he also was initiated into a European language, into Dutch. Gyani Chachu, what is important about him is that he was Mfundisi Tio Soga's malume. Gyani Chachu was Umtinde, Uchawe, while Nosutu, Tio Soga's mother, was Umtinde. And if you look at the distance between Umgwali, where Tio Soga practiced as a missionary, and where Gyani Chachu was, it's a distance of about 60 kilometers. Even though there is no evidence that shows that they were in touch, there is no reason not to believe that they were. Indeed, in 1836 to 1838, Gyani Chachu was part of the delegation that went to England, going with the Reverend Philip on a mission to speak to the parliamentary committee that was looking at the whole issue of the treatment of Aborigines. So Malume was not only Dutch speaking, and he was not only a Christian, but he also was an international traveler. So by 1836, Tio Soga had been exposed to a Malume who spent 18 months in England. Further, Chachu had married a Dutch-speaking woman from Bethelsdorp. It was not a Xhosa-speaking woman. So the trans-ethnic marriage Tio Soga had actually experienced within his family. Chachu was also an intellectual who is not granted that in the writings. He is simply being given as an interpreter. But he was an intellectual who helped a number of missionaries to establish their mission stations. Missionaries like Williams, who tried to establish a mission station not far from the present day Fort Beaufort, and he died in 2 years' time. But what is particularly not celebrated in Chachu, it is the role he played in the writing of isiXhosa. This is given to Benny, who is referred to as the father of isiXhosa. And leading figures in the writing down of isiXhosa, one of them was Gyani Chachu, Mfundisi Tiyo Soga's malume. And he did not only was not only involved in the writing down of isiXhosa, he taught a number of missionaries isiXhosa, but above all, he initiated the translation of the Bible into isiXhosa. And again, this credit is given to missionaries like Brownlee, with whom Gyani Chachu worked. It is Brownlee now who is given as the person who took the lead in the translation of isiXhosa. But what has that to do? This, we see Gyani Chachu blossoming. He comes into bloom through Tiyo Soga. And therefore, when we look at Gyani Chachu, who also accommodated the Christian teachings, the Western way of doing things, but he remained umtinde, umchawe. He was inkosi of his people. And his sad ending is that by the time of the war of 1849 to 1853, Gyani Chachu could not but throw in the fight with his people. He fought with Amachawe, with amaXhosa, and so after the end of the war, he was no more regarded as a special person among the missionaries, which would have been a good lesson for Dio. Do I want to end up like my malume, end up a pariah in this world that I've decided to join? Perhaps I may as well continue. But how do I continue? And I would like to say that Dio then continued by resorting to writing, by resorting to composing. And both the messages that he wrote through Indaba, the articles that he wrote through Indaba, he is exhorting, he is pleading with his people. He is pleading with amaXhosa to look at themselves again, to come back again, to take pride in themselves, not to allow themselves to be divided like the division, the binary division between amaGqoboka and amaQaba. He exhorts them to have pride in themselves. He calls himself Unonjiba waseluhlangeni. This pseudonym is a clue to amaXhosa to please listen to who is speaking. This person has got a divine message. He comes from Uhlanga. That is the original word referring to divinity, which the missionary K in 1821 records. The meaning of Uhlanga changes in the long run of 19th century, but it's got to do with divinity in oneself. And when he calls himself Uhadi, Unonjiba waseluhlangeni, he actually is not only talking to amaXhosa to listen, he is also wanting to say, you missionary isiXhosa speakers like Brownlee, you will not understand what I am saying. It is only Gabasembizeni, Gabasebuhlanti who are going to hear what I am saying. And when he goes, as somebody has touched several times on the hymns, when he goes to the hymns and he says, zonke inhlanga, zonke izizwe, mazizizwe usindiso, he is saying all peoples of the world, including the whites who are wanting to say they are not as benighted as we are supposed to be. All peoples of the world are in need of redemption from this religion. And when he says, Bona izwe lago wethu, behold our nation, as has already been touched, he is pleading to the Almighty to look kindly at his people. And therefore, what I am saying is simply that Mfundisi Soga was part of the African church that later, through Ethiopianism at the end of the 19th century, came to life. But it did not just come to life with Ethiopianism. It began as far north as in Carthage. It began as far north as in Ethiopia, where it was known as the Coptic Church. In Egypt, where it is still known as the Coptic Church. And it blew south. And Soga was listening to the echoes of this church through Nsikana, through all the voices that were speaking to him. He is part of the African church. Thank you.
Ndicela ustophe ileluza yakho sharing. Okay, you can do it. Okay, uzayenza ngeli cala.
Let me know if you're going to ask questions.
No, we can go. Okay. Siyabulela mama, into sizayenza sizawuya kwisithethe esilandelayo uDr. Leb.
It's actually Neil Parsons.
Oh, okay. So we will go through to Neil Parsons, then
It's Dr. Mutisa there.
Then to Dr. Mutisa. Then the questions and answers will come later. Yeah. Sabrina.
Sorry, do you want me to speak? Neil
Yes,
Parsons?
if you're ready,
Okay.
you can speak, yes.
You're ready, good. Good morning to everybody. As you see, I'm coming from a cold climate. I'm in England at the moment. And I've been asked to speak about Evangelist Kobadi and the Christian community of Decathlon between 1838 and 1895. Some preliminary thoughts, and maybe they'll help to give some sort of context and contrast to what you're looking at in Xhosa Christianity. And if I go on too long, please cut me short and tell me to go to my conclusions. Anyway, my interest in this man, Kobadi, who was born about 1820 and died definitely in 1895, was sparked by the little-known fact that he converted to Christianity the great reformer Kgosi Khama III of Botswana, who ruled between 1875 and 1923. Kobadi was a leading member of a small Christian community of Batlaping people at a place called Decathlon. That means where the rivers meet, north of the Orange River. In fact, it's where the Vaal and Harts rivers meet. And maybe I should issue a health warning here that I will also briefly mention another town called Ditakong rather than Decathlon, but so don't be confused. My paper is a preliminary library research done over the past 6 weeks. After some general observations, the bulk of the paper is a date list by years of relevant years, events and developments. So I'm going to be an awful Western chronological historian and not a cyclical Africanist, I'm afraid. Anyway, you might treat my paper, therefore, as a sort of newscast from the past of year by year. But first, let me make some general observations. I know you're already familiar with the so-called Great Trek of the 1830s, 50s, when Boers burst northwards because they had been blocked from going eastward by Xhosa wars with the Xhosa. The Boers, however, were not the first, but the third group of migrants from Cape Colony reaching the Orange and Vaal rivers, which were known together as the Great River in those days, during a century and a half under Dutch and more recently British rule. The first group northwards we generally call them Korana. They were Kwekwe herders and hunters fleeing the Dutch to join their Nama relatives on the Great River in the 17th and 18th centuries. They named themselves after their great ancestor, Kora or Kori, who in fact was the first South African ever to go to England in 1613, which is 5 or 6 years before Van Riebeeck was born. Bear that in mind. And they had lived, anyway, as you know, on the east side of future Cape Town before the Dutch arrived. The Korana came northwards, and they fought with and also married among southern Tswana people who took Korana wives, or some of them did, giving rise after a big battle around 1740 to scattered Tswana-speaking chieftains who called themselves, and were called, Batlaping. Musket-carrying horsemen raiding for cattle and ivory came next. These were people of mixed Kwekwe and white heritage, followed in the late 18th century by one particular group who came to call themselves Griqua, after their ancestry, their Kwekwe ancestry at the Cape. Now I'll go into an outline of dates and events. Start you off, 1798, the Missionary Society of London and Rotterdam, later simply called the London Missionary Society or LMS, sends Netherlander and British missionaries to preach to the Cape Kwekwe and San inside Cape Colony frontiers. And as you know, they go to the eastern frontier initially. Meanwhile, northwards, a Greek sailor named Stephanos travels beyond these mission stations to the Great River to set himself up as a prophet amongst the Korana with his own temple, a choice of the best girls too as well. And he travels on northwards into the area of Namibia. Now you can argue, well, he's definitely a false prophet, but he, if you like, develops the hunger for people to say, we would like real missionaries to come to us. Anyway, meanwhile, 1801, the Cape government envoys, Messrs. Truter and Somerville, travels northwards, 16 days north of the Orange River by ox wagon to arrive at Ditakong, the place of stones, well, not stones, of building blocks, in fact, really, the capital town of the Batlaping. They are surprised to find that Ditakong is as big as Cape Town with all its gardens. It's a large city. 1817, the first missionaries, James Reed of the Eastern Cape, who stayed until 1820, and an artisan called Robert Hamilton, he was really a builder, who stayed there until he died in 1851. They arrive at Kuruman, that's what's now in the Northern Cape, joined by Robert and Mary Moffat, very famous, in 1821. Moffat himself realizes that there can be little success so long as the word of God is preached by non-Dutch speakers to non-Dutch speakers. You've got to get round that problem. So he spends his first 6 years recording local Setswana into a written language. 1823, June, thousands of Sotho-Tswana Matanti invaders, this is part of the Ditakane, or if you like, Infetlane, invaders are defeated at Ditakong by 100 of Wataboa's Griqua horsemen with guns in a 7-hour fight. This greatly increases Griqua prestige, but it also opens opportunities for them to raid cattle and to raid for so-called apprentices or slaves to export to Boer farmers in the Cape Colony. 1827 at Kuruman, Moff preaches his first sermon in Setswana. The church was packed, and according to the impact was electric. 1829 to 1830, the Gospel of St. Luke, Evangelia ki Luca, Luke the Evangelist, is translated into Setswana and printed in Cape Town. An influx of Tswana, various types of Tswana, refugees come in fleeing from both the Matebele, the Amandebele, and from the other Sotho-Tswana raiders. And these refugees have a dramatic impact on the congregation at Kuruman. In St. Luke's Gospel, there was something that strongly appealed to these impoverished and homeless refugees. A more eager attention to the gospel message became noticeable. A strong emotion broke over the inhabitants. I'm quoting. They crowded the place of worship. Men, women, and children were bathed in tears. Some would listen in intense earnestness to the tone of the preacher's voice, and then suddenly fall down in hysterics. Not far on, 1835, 1836, the Greequatown missionaries, the missionaries at the capital of the Greequatown missionaries, noticed that young men of influence among their people, in other words, aristocratic young men related to chiefs amongst the Swana, are arriving from Batlaping and other Swana communities to learn about the word of God. Lifoko la Modimo. They stay for up to a year at Greequatown, around the mission, before they are baptized as Christians. They then return home and preach, challenging the authority of Swana tradition with Christian teachings of egalitarianism, monogamy, and a personal relationship with God. The Gospel of St. Luke the Physician has many parables which resemble Swana tales and presented new ideas in familiar, accessible form. The prodigal son, the lost sheep, the rich man and Lazarus, the woman who was a sinner, and the Last Supper itself became widely known and recited amongst the Batswana, whether they were Christian or not. These Batlaping young men of influence who went to Greequatown and also to Kuruman included one particular man called Yankee, Small John, in other words, who was the son of Kosi Matiba of the Batlaping. And also it included Tabe, son of Taiso, who both of them within a few years were to become first, one that's Yankee to become the chief, and Tabe was to become the first evangelist at Dikatlong, but we've got to come to Diklang yet, Dikatlong, how they migrate there. Between 1838 and 1841, Kosi Matibi of the north of Ditakong, his Christian son Yankee and his pagan son Khasibonwe settle at this place we are looking at, Dikatlong, where the rivers meet. Then, and after a couple of years, Kosi Matibi himself and Khasibonwe, they moved north, leaving Dikatlong as a purely Christian village under Kosi Yankee. The evangelist, Tabe, son of Taiso, sends an annual deputation of Ditlakong Christians to beg instruction at the nearest mission station, Greequatown, 150 kilometers away. They go every year and they come back after a course, basically. And as a result, missionary visits to Ditlakong are solely for the purpose of examining candidates and receiving them into fellowship. Then, 1840, enthusiastic newcomers out of theological college or whatever in England, Holloway Helmore and his wife Anne, they arrive at Greequatown. I think the missionaries at Greequatown and Vatabo, who is chief there, regard them as a bit of a threat. They're too bright and foreign. So they send them off. They say, oh, you should go to Dikatlong. Helmore arrives at Ditlakong. He's terribly disappointed to find there are no heathen there. He had been expecting heathen people. He says, there are no heathen properly so called in this place. And he also thinks that, in fact, there's too much display of religion. It's too much of a fashion. He finds it rather necessary to restrain rather than urge a confession of Christ. He settles down, this is a young man, he demands recognition of his station's independence as a mission station, independent from Greequatown, with himself as sole missionary and pastor. He pushes church reorganization too far, and he falls out with Kosi Yankee and also with Tabe. He falls out in particular dispute over cattle, as we all do. And Helmore then takes the extraordinary initiative to expel Yankee from church membership. The congregation, as you can imagine, is split, some deacons backing Helmore and others backing Yankee, while the evangelist Tabe is certainly backing Yankee. 1842, the LMS superintendent, Dr. John Phillip, we've already been hearing about, is so impressed by Dikatlong as a congregational power that he backs Yankee and censures Helmore and transfers him to another Tlaping village somewhere away. 850 people, maybe half the population, are regularly attending worship, and 196 are baptized members. There are 200 pupils in school. This is in 1842. 1843, Helmore has made it up with Yankee, and he returns to Decathlon. They become friends again, and Helmore's maybe slightly less enthusiastic about reorganizing things. John Philip is terribly impressed by this reconciliation and writes that Decathlon is truly a congregational or congregationalist congregation. You remember that's his background, the background of most of LMS people. And the opinions of its church members they deserve respect. The Decathlon community takes time to heal. There's an outbreak of jealous witchcraft accusation among church women, led by evangelist Tabe's wife. 1848. By 1848, the Decathlon population grows from 600 to 1,200 2 years later, prospering from irrigated farming and from using canoes to ferry people across the rivers. Helmore writes in 1847 that the junction between two rivers possessing a good grazing country is an attraction to strangers, as the piety of the chief and his councillors enables order and tranquility. So this is a time, there's a big influx, 1848, of white and people of colour from the south. They're coming in, looking at the opportunities, but there is peace and tranquility for the time being. Through the providence of God, the Batalaping have risen to be the first of the Bechuana tribes. This is Helmore boasting. Luca, the son of Yankee, is being tutored by Anne Helmore, just to read, not just to read, as most Christians are being taught to do, to read, but also to write. Hence, he signs himself Luca Yankee, spelled in the English fashion, Y-A-N-K-E or K-I, Yankee. The Bible in Setswana. Moffat's translation of the New Testament is completed and printed in 1843. The complete Holy Bible, or Bibela e Buitsebo, is printed in 1857. The Old Testament justifies polygamy, as people now find, and indeed the New Testament seems to justify circumcision, which causes controversy. Both resonated with familiar legends and proverbs and used Setswana words that carried old meanings and connotations, leading, according to historian Stephen Volz, to a layering of new on old and gradual reconciliation of the two. Swana evangelists indeed generally presented Christianity as the culmination of ancient Swana yearnings. In the words of evangelist Ipokwe in 1877, it tells us things regarding our own customs that we never knew the origin of until God's word came. And in the 1840s and 50s, there was the opening up, as I was sort of mentioning, in the traffic from the south of ivory hunting and eventually ox wagon trade on the roads to the north. Going through this area, we can call the Northern Cape today, into Botswana and northwards to Ngamiland, the Zambezi and Zimbabwe. It's pioneered by Greek wagoners. They're really the first traders and hunters of ivory going northwards. There are many Klaping and Kwena, Boers and LMS missionaries who follow them. 1850s, the southern Botswana hunt for ivory to the north. Many of the hunters were Christians, and as they traveled, they sometimes preached, introducing northern Botswana to Christianity before the establishment of the first interior missions. In 1850, the visiting LMS dignitary, Reverend Freeman, reports that Decathlon, while the church building was a miserable chapel, it had an excellent congregation of 600, half the population of the place, and well-attended Sunday schools with an infant school being run by Anne Helmore. On a hunting expedition in 1857 or 58, one Kobadi, who's from Decathlon, he befriends a young man called Kama, who's living in the north, obviously, who in later years attributed his conversion to Kobadi's teaching and example. 1858, during a cattle lung disease epidemic, Decathlon there's a debate at Decathlon whether it's God's punishment for sin or the fault of white ox wagoners who are spreading the epidemic from the south. Luca, that's the son of Yankee, leads a reopening of mining of Sibilo speculite, that's black stuff which you mix with grease, and red clay mining These things are used for body cosmetics and also for the tanning and tailoring of hides. But they're regarded by missionaries as being paganism. There's a great controversy, therefore, on the part of missionaries, criticizing Luca Yankee for doing this. Now we're getting the emergence, though, of a Transvaal Boer problem. In January 1852, Britain, the British power in the Cape Colony, renounces all alliances whatever and with whomsoever of the coloured nations to the north of the Vaal River, thereby giving free rein to the Boers of the Transvaal to do what they liked. Some Boers show particular animus against African Christians, whose existence defies the classification of all black people as pagans or kafirs, to be conquered or killed. August 1852, Transvaal Boers attacked the Bakwaina of Kosi Sechele, who was a Christian, in later Botswana. They kidnapped women and children and destroyed the LMS church and school, ripping up the Setswana publications of holy publications. Sechele travels south to the British governor at Cape Town in a futile quest for aid. Though as he passes through Colesberg, Dr. Orpen remarks, he is a Christian, yet it is this man's tribe that the infamous pretended Christians are trying to reduce to slavery, shooting the fathers and brothers who resist. June 1858, Yankee and his son Luca returned from a hunting trade beyond Sechele's country. What do they find? They find hundreds of Boers settling around their homeland, the Hartspaal area. Kosi Mahora, who is in the related place to the north, presses Yankee to use his good offices to restrain the Boers, because Yankee knows Dutch, speaks Dutch, his son also can write Dutch. Yankee and Luca traveled to meet the Transvaal Boers who were led under President M.W. Pretorius. Meanwhile, Orange Free State Boers from more southerly attack Yankee's nephew, Kosi Gasibonwe, who, to be fair, was a well-known raider as far as Lesotho and Botswana. And anyway, they chop his head off. Both Yankee and Luca can find Pretorius. Before Yankee and Luca can find Pretorius for a second time, the Transvaalers attack Mahora, this Kosi to the north. They sack his town, Taung, they steal the church bells and destroy holy books. Pretoria forces Mahora into a humiliating surrender treaty, losing 115 captured children, with a demand for 9,000 cattle, 300 horses, 500 guns to follow. Yankee and Luca are brought in as literate people to sign as witnesses of the treaty. They're now later going to be treated as if they are party of the treaty, surrendering, but they're merely witnesses. 1868, Pretorius claims Africa from the Indian Ocean to the Kalahari on the basis of a Boer treaty with the Portuguese in 1844. 1869, January, February, Pretorius demands payment of the cattle as promised by Kosi Mahora in 1858. Mahora is plied with brandy by Pretorius. Yankee is there. Yankee is a teetotaler. He refuses any brandy. Nevertheless, as a signed witness to Mahora's humiliation in 1858, Pretorius demands that Yankee must collect Mahora's outstanding 1858 fine of 3,000 cattle. But Mahora refuses to surrender more than 300 cattle until his people's children, who were stolen by Pretorius's Boers in 1858, are returned. So Pretorius now demands the surrender of all Tlaping and Korana land east of the Harts River, including Yankee's chieftain. Yankee protests that this land is inalienable. It is for the preservation of my people. Yankee and the missionaries. 1859, Reverend John Mackenzie, arriving from Britain, is surprised to find that the first skill to be learned by a missionary is that of firearms, how to fire. At Decathlon, he's impressed by Yankee, for many years a member of the church, who appeared to be a quiet, sedate, and amiable man. Yankee spends a good deal of his time as a farmer at a fountain called Maniering, he expels it, which is about 20 miles from Kuruman. 1862, compare somewhat less complimentary comments by the old missionary, this old grunchy old Scotsman, Robert Moffat. Yankee is one of the few who is considered a Christian chief, but he's the most mild and watery subject conceivable. There are some good things about him, exhibiting in some degree the influence of the gospel, but anyone picked at random from a crowd might make as good a ruler as ever he was. By 1871, and possibly before that, Kobadi is recognized as a leading member of the Decathlon community and advisor to Yankee. He's deacon of the church before being recognized as an official LMS evangelist in place of Tabi, who does die. Diamond discoveries. This is what's going to change the world. 1866, 1867. There's no particular excitement at first about diamonds found along the Vaal until one is sold to the Cape Governor for £500, followed by another sold for £11,000. Now we're talking about millions and millions and millions today. Luca himself is said to have found the third important diamond at Decathlon and was almost, but not quite, cheated out of it by traveling traders. By 1868, Batlaping are walking up and down the Vaal in long lines holding hands, looking for diamonds, then sold on by chiefs Yankee and Sifonello to white traders along the river. John Mackenzie quotes an African's response: "Who can understand you white men? You first clear off all the elephants for the sake of ivory, and the ostriches for their feathers, and when you've swept the country clean above ground, you then proceed to find treasures in the bowels of the earth." May 1869. Kosi Yankee issues a futile proclamation requiring registration by foreign, white and colored diamond pickers, while his people are free to pick for themselves. A trader called Theodore Doms uses much brandy to get a diamond monopoly concession from Kosi Mahura, that's slightly to the north of Taung, which Doms then sells on to who? President Pretorius. Yankee's son Luca tries to collect license fees from foreign diamond diggers. He sells diamonds to and buys brandy from, he's not a teetotaler, from an ex-sailor called Stafford Parker. Luca is now expelled from church membership for drinking alcohol, but he leads a mounted commander of his men to the Vaal drifts to collect entry fees from diggers who are crossing. But the numbers proved uncontrollable just with a small group of mounted men. So Yankee appeals to the British governor of the Cape for protection against incoming diggers. The letter goes to the Cape. It is not acknowledged for 12 months. And this is very vital, fast-moving times. More problems, therefore. January 1870, there's a really big rush of diggers, they call themselves, from the south to Klipdrift, a place called Klipdrift on the Vaal, east of Decathlon. Klipdrift is now on a map called Berkeley West. Yankee himself obtains a nice 40-carat diamond. There's a picture of him with a diamond on his tie. I'm not sure whether it's the 40-carat one. By July 1870, 800 diggers from different places of the world, including Australia, Canada, etc., have pegged out claims on the Lower Vaal, refusing to pay Yankee's £5 license fee. Stafford Parker leads the Diggers Mutual Protection Association in defiance of Yankee's claim to the Lower Vaal. Parker arrests and tries Luca for daring to flog a white man named Schwab, who has killed his African employee. Yankee, the great peacemaker, therefore, is now even prepared for war. But Doms, this man Doms, he comes in, he steps in and cools things down, and thereafter parades himself falsely as Yankee's agent. President Pretorius of the Transvaal calls African chiefs to a meeting near Klipdrift to demand to be given the diamond fields. Yankee accuses others of trying to steal his land. Stafford Parker, this guy, proclaims himself president of the republic, the Digger Republic at Klipdrift. So the British send a magistrate there and call it Berkeley West. 1871, British government arbitration at Bloemhof, in which Kobadi gives evidence to the court. All parties are scrambling for diamond fields, but the Kita Ward at the end of it awards Decathlon and its grazing land to a new British colony called Griqualand West. Do you want me to stop? You're waving. So I can't read that.
Beg your pardon. Neil, how close to the end are you?
Okay, well, I can jump right to the end if you like. Because from now on, you suddenly get to the period where they lose all their land because of diamonds, etc. So I'll jump to my 3 conclusions.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to truncate you.
Well, I did actually, you weren't on screen at the beginning. I did say you could stop me. Right. Okay. This is the 2nd or 3rd generation Christians upholding values of communal solidarity and responsibility who became anti-colonial armed rebels. There's a rebellion at the end of this. Why? Are there 2 worlds? There's not, the 2 world thesis I'm very skeptical about. It's not 2 worlds of psychological or internal conflict. The 2 worlds are those of capitalism and peasant society, if you like, which are coming in. And I think that a historian called Edwin Smith hits the nail on the head when he says quite simply, by legal processes or by the brutal methods of the freebooters, large numbers of Botswana lost their rights to the soil. Bitter resentment was nursed in their heads. That's my first point, destroying the 2 world thesis, if you like. The second one is both, all historians have referred to the period of the 1860s to the 1870s as the closing of the missionary mind. And you can argue maybe it happens as early in the Eastern Cape, as early as the 1850s. Missionaries arrived in the colonies with current ideas from Europe of racial and imperial hierarchy, that they're at the top. And as congregations grow, European missionaries begin to assert more ownership over their evangelist success, the success of their evangelists. They become managers of schools and outstations. One old LMS missionary regretted in 1884 that missionaries were now exercising ecclesiastical tyranny, like Anglicans and Catholics, against congregationalist congregations. And the third point I want to make is, this is a more academic point. John and Jean Komaroff, in their book of Revelation and Revolution, Christianity, Colonialism, and Consciousness, have argued that European missionaries prepared the way for colonialism by the colonization of consciousness, replacing traditional Setswana thinking with European modes of rational debate, positivist knowledge, and empirical reasoning. But I suggest, and the whole paper should show, the documentaries show that evolution rather than revolution there was in the assimilation of new ideas among the Swana. Individual testimonies of conversion to Christianity record a layering on of old and new beliefs. And particularly historian Stephen Volz argues, it was Swana evangelists and their neighbors, not missionaries, who determined the meaning and significance of identifying oneself as Mudumumedi, a believer. And here I want to end with a quote. Back in 1871, John Mackenzie concluded, another 100 years growth in Christianity and civilization before the rush of Europeans took place would have made these Botswanas perfectly capable of occupying a higher position than they can do at present, only 1 generation removed from the sleep of paganism. But if they cannot today occupy high and distinguished posts where the races commingle, they must do that of which they are capable. It is at least gratifying to find that they can abide the shock of this current social revolution. Okay.
Thank you, Neil, for that very detailed historical discussion. Thank you so much. And for our final speaker. Oh no, that's Akulile, he's clapping. Thank you, Akulile. I just wondered, do we have Professor Modise? Professor Lipo Modise, are you with us? I was worried that Professor Modise might not have joined us yet, in which case I would like to take a call for whether we would like to go straight into questions or whether we would like to take a 10-minute comfort break and then return for questions. Anybody who has a question who would like to start right now, or anybody who would insist on a comfort break? We've got a request for a break on our side. Can we please take 10 minutes to break and reconvene at exactly 2 minutes past midday UK time, SA time, 2 minutes past 10 a.m. in the UK. Is that good with everyone? Perfect. We'll see you in a second. Don't make tea or you'll be late. Hi, everybody. Are we back? I can see people are still away. So, hello, Dr. Tsanian. Hi, Neil. We're just waiting for our other delegates to return. I think 10 minutes has turned into 15, as always. Hi, Sandiswa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such an amazing panel this morning. I'm totally blown away. Hello, Akalile. I know that it's customary for the chair to ask the first question, and I, by default, have become the chair. But instead, I'd like to relinquish that custom. Sandy, can you hear me? I'm unmuted.
Hello.
Hi, Sandy, can you hear me? She says I should unmute, but I am. Anyway, I'd like to ask, is there any question that you would like to, oh, sorry, Sandy, so that's Sandy Shell who said she couldn't hear me. She says my PC has no mic. No, okay. Sandy, it's not me, unfortunately. I would like to relinquish my the prerogative of the chair to ask the first question. But and say, would you as panelists like to ask each other a question first up? And if there's anything you would like to say before we go into questions properly. Okay, then my one question is in the presentations that you have given us this morning. It is sort of very clear to me that as far as sort of biblical hermeneutics within this sort of sub-Saharan context, whether you're talking about Xhosa people or about Tlaping, the New Testament is greatly preferred over the Old. And this I find really surprising, given the extent to which the Old Testament is used by other sort of African-American clergy, where there's a high focus on the exilic narratives, aside from the Ham narrative, as Akalila, as you point out, is very dear to Soga. I just wondered whether you've given any thought to what the more compelling component of the New Testament is over the Old. And that's sort of an open question, which I'll throw out to anybody who has anything to say about this. I think about it all the time, even though I'm actually not a Christian myself, so it's kind of confusing. Please help.
I can start. I think it's interesting because in the exilic, sort of the Exodus narrative is very popular in Black theology, even in America, even in South Africa, to a great extent. But because Black theology, the Exodus narrative is very much part of the liberation message of Black theology, the fight against oppression. So I think in terms of why the New Testament is favored, I think it's the negotiation of Christianity within the cultural context of Xhosa people. I would say, I think, I mean, you've got with Van der Kemp preaching a lot on New Testament texts, And even Ele's assumption that he is a child of God is probably a misinterpretation of a New Testament passage of how believers are children of God in Galatians and in John's Gospel. And this very dualistic way of preaching in the early 18th or 19th century. So I think that's why it's favored, because that's what the missionaries are preaching. And even in the ways that they talk about conversion, it's obviously there's no conversion in the Old Testament, there's conversion in the New Testament. So I would say it's just firmly rooted in the missionary project, which favored New Testament passages over Old Testament passages. That's how I would answer that, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Of course, yes, you're completely right. I absolutely agree. Yes,
Good morning, again, colleagues. Well, I would actually say, well, both, in fact, New Testament and Old Testament. I don't think we can actually really quantify currently which one is most between the two, because Old Testament leans towards African theologians who find the culture parallel. But Black theologians use both. Like Akolile said, the Exodus story, but the New Testament, where they're really interested in, is the personhood of Jesus Christ, because he is one living under empire. And therefore they embody this narrative for their own existential crisis, therefore putting themselves in the same line as Jesus. If I forgot this guy, the Buluk massacre was celebrating 100 years. He saw himself as part of Israel, and also within just the New Testament.
Elijah Makawane.
Nkijima.
Oh,
yes,
Ngijima, I beg your
yes, Ngijima. So, and I think within the context of also of Black suffering, within the context of South Africa, particularly the cross, really speaks to the presence of suffering, because we usually joke in church that Blacks will not go to church for the whole year, but on Easter Friday, they are all there crying and saying all these things to Jesus. So therefore, it's also it's experience of suffering that makes them lean towards the New Testament. And some will take it further, and also the resurrection, because the resurrection for Africans is not a very new thing, because ancestors resurrect. So the interest is also there, like when you die, you become an ancestor. So therefore, Jesus himself is seen as an ancestor.
Thank you so much. Yes, Neil? Neil, you're still muted. You have to reverse yourself. Rewind, selector.
Okay, right. In the case of Black Americans, in fact, they have very diverse origins. The thing they have in common is slavery. Therefore, they associate themselves with such a background, one, two, because they have such diverse origins, they don't really have a common ethnicity. It has to be created. And it is definitely created by calling on, if you like, the Old Testament. In the case of Africa, people already have such identities. They already have their own Old Testament. So the Old Testament, well, it's very disparate, it's a very big thing, but it's not in that sense new. The New Testament is what is new. The New Testament is well, it's the story of Jesus Christ. It's the story of individual redemption. It is, I mean, as I argued in my paper, it is offering an extra layer and then steeping down into the local Old Testament. And indeed, in my case, anyway, in the case of the Batlaping, the early Christians were all brought up on not only the New Testament, it was in particular on the Gospel of Luke. So they're Christians for that reason. It's a youthful thing, if you like, to become to become a Christian in New Testament terms, it appeals to youth and adventure or whatever, whereas the Old Testament is for the old people.
Dr. Tisani, would you like to speak?
Yeah. My name is given there as Tammy, isn't it? Yeah, Tammy is easier.
I know, I beg your pardon. It's just that I will call you Tammy, I promise.
Okay. I think there's more inclination towards the Old Testament rather than the New, as you make it. If, for instance, one look at the core statement around which those who create the independent churches, which is Psalm 68, and even the very name Ethiopianism. If you look at Psalm 68, verse 31, Ethiopia shall stretch her hand. And that is where then the whole issue of independence of African people within the religion, within this Western religion, I won't call it Christianity because it's in New Testament, be it the Africans in America, as well as within Southern Africa, as far as I can remember. It is the Ethiopianism, even today, that phrase or that theme is the one that resounds, and it is in the Old Testament. I actually did go back to some of the writings of Soga in terms of his hymns, and I did not find Jesus Christ. Actually, he speaks about God. He does not speak about Jesus Christ. I did look, and I was wondering, and I looked at Nsikana. Of course, he was not a Christian. So when you look at Makanda, who says he's the son of, it is not because he's a Christian, it is because he puts himself closer. He is aligning himself to God. It is not that he is a follower of his bigger brother, as he says, Jesus is the younger brother of Jesus. And so when you look at Soga, he talks of Tiko. He uses the term Tiko and in terms of Nkosi, and is much closer to Nsikana, Tiko Wenyaniso, God of truth. And then he goes on to talk of Intlanga. This is much more Old Testament discourse. He is much into Old Testament discourse. And this salvation is more or less one would read as in the way as God intervenes in the life of the Israelites, in a way, not in the Jesus Christ salvation. I read, it may be, it's not really my fault. Thank you.
Can I come in again there? I would just point out that Ethiopianism is a response to colonialism. It's a reaction against that, to a situation like slavery. So therefore, it bears parallels with Black America. If we're talking about the conversion I was talking about, it's pre-colonial. It's before colonialism.
It's a reaction to colonialism, but it resorts to Old Testament.
Yes, okay, sure. It has parts of the Old Testament. The Old Testament is so large, it contains so much. But what I'm simply saying is that the conversion to Christianity that was going on in the 1820s, 1840s, in certainly what's now the Northern Cape, was before colonialism got there. The complicating factor then comes in is colonialism itself, colonial conquest. It's different to the Eastern.
What you're missing, Neil, is the concept of Ethiopianism.
Mm-hmm.
That reverts back to the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of Ethiopia, the concept of the old church in Africa.
Yes. Yeah.
Not Christianity, not yes. Christianity, Ethiopianism.
Mm.
It reverts back to Old Testament. And it is the search for that truth, that we belong to the old.
Yes.
We belong to the old. We can go back. We claim that we belong. This is not a new thing. We've been under God, the creator of truth.
Sure, but the people who say this, who bring in the idea of Ethiopia into the African church, or Southern African church, is the African Methodist Episcopal Church from the United States. They're the ones who bring in, before that you don't get many references. There are some to Ethiopia shall stretch forth their hands to God. That sometimes comes in, but the people who use it as the basis, the whole basis for their mission is the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And you then get this effulgence of Ethiopianism after that. Not that there weren't independent people before that.
Sandiswa wants to join in quickly.
I want to come in and a bit differ with Nell there, because I mean, my ancestor Nsikane, there's even debates who actually influenced him to not become Christian. It was the Ethiopianism that came from up there in Africa. Therefore, because it was an oral tradition, what makes Western Christianity different? It comes with the Bible. But Christianity that comes from Ethiopia was there long before even the American slavery. So that is oral tradition. So to claim it to the American episode, I think that is to dismiss African culture, and especially African oral traditional religions. That also, I mean, King Mushwesho also refers to this when he's shown the Old Testament. And he's like, but this is what we're teaching our children. This has been passed from generation to generation. The difference is that you have it under this one book. So I think what Umamutami is referring to is that Ethiopianism that goes way back.
I must confess, I'm sorry to jump in here, but when I first discovered St. Augustine and the writings around those first apostles, if you can call them that, I spent a year in the first century reading. And in one of my papers, I even say, people always say that Soga was an early convert, but actually he was 1900 years late because there's this history. And it's such an important aspect of African biblical hermeneutics. I think it's very understudied.
Yes, you are right.
I'm sorry to jump.
And
you are right. Exactly the point where we are repeatedly saying he was the first. He is part of the cycle. He is part of the cycle within African thinking. There is no first in a cycle. There is a belonging and being part of. So when you say he is the first, you are thinking in a linear fashion. You are putting him into a line, a straight line. He is the first of the greats. We do not refute his greatness, but he is one of the greats. And the greats that have been buried and erased in order to undermine Africa as the source of the very heart of Christianity that they are teaching and they are busy lording over. This is the heart of capture, of Western capture.
I couldn't agree more. Would anybody else like to speak or ask a question? Just unmute yourself and speak.
yeah, I think I just wanted to speak into that. I think the history of Africa and Christianity is a big problem in terms of Western scholarship, especially the not wanting to acknowledge Augustine as one of the first, actually, if not, I mean, also we have, who's the other guy, Sassouci, planted at Alexandrian school. These are black people.
Origen,
Origen, yes.
Tertullian.
And yeah, and all of that is not discussed when we talk about Christianity in Africa. And I think that's probably the subversive nature of the Western Academy in terms of our story with Christianity as Africans. There's not an acknowledgement of that, and it's a problem. It needs to change.
Yeah, it's only really resident in that scholarship of Mr. Felder, you know, that text, Only the Road We Trod. It's there in sort of like contemporary African-American scholarship, but you don't find it unless you're reading outside of the episteme. Well, I didn't anyway, not that I've ever really been in the episteme with the studies. Anybody else would like to add anything?
Yeah, I've got a point about the Old and New Testament. Just a couple of things. This might sound a bit trivial, but I mean,
Hold on, Gwil.
Oh.
This is Gwilym Kalenzo speaking.
Thank you. Okay. I wonder if the issue of polygamy, it's not too trivial to mention that, because it's kind of rife in the Old Testament. But then so you hear missionaries talking about the New Testament reflecting a new dispensation after Christ, which means it's not okay to have polygamy. And so that might make it more convenient for the missionaries to be sort of preaching Christianity, that point of view. But look, another thought I did have was that the Old Testament is full of prophets. And you might have thought that, you know, because the prophetic tradition is quite widespread in Southern Africa, or was quite widespread then, that would sort of, resonate with it. However, maybe as against that, you could see Jesus Christ as being a kind of super prophet and a combination of the prophets before. And so maybe that would sort of satisfy the idea of the prophetic tradition in Africa, possibly. Just a couple of thoughts, really.
Would anyone like to respond to that? Thembinkosi, your question is noted, and I'll call for you in a second. Anybody like to respond to Gwil?
Actually, I have got a question as well, if there wasn't a response on that point.
Go on.
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry, question to Neil, which is, I wonder, Neil, when you talk about the closing of the missionary mind, whether you're thinking of the book by Richard Price, his book where he's got a whole chapter on it. And,
Neil, you're muted, and I can't unmute you.
Oh.
Sorry, that is one of the books, yes. It's also De Grucci and others pick up the idea of the closing of the missionary mind, together with imperialism in the later 19th century.
Right. Oh, good. Okay. Because in that case, I mean, with Price, he's mainly focusing on the Xhosa rather than the Tswana people. And he talks about the Xhosa being sort of demonized by the missionaries and so on. And I wondered if you felt that the concept of the closing of the missionary mind was sort of widespread across Southern Africa, sort of around about that time, or whether it sort of featured differently in different parts of South Africa.
Well, I did actually suggest in my presentation that it may well begin in the Eastern Cape, at least by the 1850s.
Okay.
You don't really see it further north until the 1860s, 70s, 80s in particular. And you get new missionaries coming along who already have been formed with the idea that they're going out into the wilds to people with no religion. Whereas the earlier missionaries tended to be a bit more modest and say, right, we must learn about what local people think and fit in with that. But the later missionaries, they tend to come, well, they are overeducated for a start. They've been through colleges and all the rest of it. Mm-hmm. So they have much more set ideas than the earlier missionaries.
Yeah.
They're much less adaptable. It's racial come imperial hierarchy. They think they're better than anybody else because that's developed in Europe.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We saw Robert Carlyle and so on, the sort of mid 19th century writings about race. Yeah. Anyway, that's very interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Gwil. I'm going to take a question from Thembinkosi Goniwe. Thembi, please don't forget to unmute yourself.
Oh, I think I made a mistake, Joe. Greetings, everyone. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. No, I was fiddling with these apps. I didn't mean to ask a question. I made a mistake. But anyway, since I'm here, I'll just perhaps ask Sandiswa and Oma Mukisana to help us. Why the word Kamata doesn't feature so prominently in Tio's vocabulary? I'm just thinking here in terms of the contextual sense in which the Xhosa, you know, I mean, because he writes from that context, and Kamata is one of the supreme as far as we've been brought up. So I'm just wondering if you can enlighten us as to why this word doesn't feature prominently, because he calls upon Utik, he calls upon Gosi, and he's, you know, I'm just wondering why Kamata is not there. Joe, you've tasked me. I was not meaning to speak, but thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Mfundisi Tiyo is mid-century. If I can just think out from the top of my head, he's mid-century in terms of 1857 when he begins to make his pronouncements. But the Christian gospel was almost 50 years already since 1799. So it was almost 60 years since 1799 with Father Kemp arriving and pitching his tents at Mkakwebe, just outside Ekonyi. And when Father Kemp and Reverend Reed move into the world Yamaxhosa, they also work closely with Dutch-speaking indigenous people, because the track had been moving in towards the east, and Dutch had become a frontier language. And so the Dutch-speaking people who are Gonakwa, who are Amagunukwebe, had Tiko for God. And actually, Father Kemp is quite conscious that he is taking Tiko for God. And he actually even says that he is not taking Kamada. And if you note, a big chunk of words in the church Xhosa discourse are actually Dutch. So if you talk of, what can I say, Ikyalike, especially older people will talk of Ikyalike, and that is Kerk. And quite a number of words are actually Dutch. And therefore, I think when Mfundisi Tiyo comes mid-century, there is all the Xhosa Bible discourse that is set, even in translation. The translations that began round about the 1820s have already been using Tiko. And I don't think he wants to upset the apple cart by bringing in Velingangi, by bringing in Kamada. And Tiko now has come to be associated with the Christian religion, while Kamada will upset people who will think that now perhaps it is out of, it belongs to the old religion. I think it is part of the accommodating aspect in Mfundisi Tiyo. That is part of this accommodating nature, I would say.
Okay. I was hoping you were going to talk about that. I'm sorry if I'm speaking over someone. Please continue.
I wanted to actually come in on the last comment. I think actually for me, using Tiko was some sort of a political game that they had to play within the context of missionaries and the colonial administrators, because Black people have always have this sort of a subversivement, you know, to try to speak, I mean, about their own, but using these strategic terms, because like you are saying, Mam Tami, I think it will have upset a lot of people to talk about Kamata. So therefore he deliberately uses the word Tiko because this word becomes neutralized, you can argue. So, but also another thing that you can bring in, you can argue that it is his own political, character that is that Willem speaks about and Graham speak about, that he was conflicted within himself. You know, we can also argue that it comes from within himself, trying to deal with what is going on, and therefore he finds a strategic way of speaking about God or writing about God, because even my great-grandfather Tsikane uses Tito when he writes. So also you can argue he's coming from a context where Tito is used, because Nzikana and the Sogas were very close. And I think in this conference, I found out that they were actually Jwachas, which is Utricha, Jwacha, and Chawe are coming from the same house of King Kosiamtu as brothers. Therefore, at that time, these relationships as family, I think they were still very close with one another. But I also wanted to point to something that I think one of the things that I think perhaps as we try to explore Diosoga's work, Black theologians, they would say that it is very important for us to always bring up the violence of colonialism, so that we don't run to the problem that John Beatty ran into, and then ending up having a fight with Black theologians. Even Cornel West writes about this within the American context, that you know, to be African, you know, is very polite within the American context, because it means you are coming from a kingdom, from a people who have a culture, who have all of these things. Therefore, when you are engaged, slavery gets dismissed. So therefore, he argues that I like calling myself a Negro or Black, because this doesn't take away the experience of slavery. So therefore, also in these talks, I would want us to caution ourselves towards that, where we don't remember this context, we don't try to put it out. And I think there are scholars that we can use. Bakare Yusuf, I think she's from Nigeria. She writes about the fact that Africans are 100% Christian, but are also 100% African, like following African spirituality. And going back to Mamutani, she argues from within African spirituality that African spirituality has always had this inclusivity in the way it taught about God. Because she takes this idea to polytheism, that when Africans talk about the ultimate God, who's the great man, the gods of all gods, but they also talk about the other gods. Therefore, even the idea of Tito, perhaps it also features within that framework of how they are thinking about God in that particular time. Because I think Credo Mutwa also refers to this, that African spirituality is very broadly constructed, which allows to deal with the politics and the spirituality and all those things of the time without negating the spirituality in itself. So I mean, I use this idea in my PhD where I wrote about Ubuntu pre-colonial, because I was trying to escape from this post-1994 Ubuntu that has been Christianized. Therefore, I traced Ubuntu within the context of pre-colonial Africa, African spirituality, and how African spirituality is always able to absorb and mutate itself within contexts.
Thank you so much. Neil, can I have a show of hands, or if anybody else would like to speak after Neil? On you go, Neil.
Okay, you can hear me. The point surely about God is that God has no name. We cannot possibly know what God's name is. We only have approximations. If you look at Christianity, Islam, Judaism, well, in Islam and Judaism, his name is Allah, the Yahweh. Yeah, just you know, the one. And even in English, old-fashioned English talks about the good. So God is simply an abbreviation of the good. So that there are only approximations we can have, whether it's Chi or whoever or whatever. That's just my little point.
That's a really good point.
I
Neil.
wanted
Thank you
to,
so much.
yeah, I wanted to just link this God question to the question about polygamy as well. When we talk about, I think polygamy speaks to the role of cultural tradition or just cultural identity after one converts to Christianity. And this battle of the gods, I mean, Janet Hodgson talks about like the God of the Xhosa, and she explains it in her book. But she labels Xhosa religious worldview as monastic. And it's like, not really. Doesn't work. That's not how we think about it. So half the time we spend our time like trying to contextualize really our belief system. But I think the issue of polygamy relates to conversion, because if you talk about this God, this Jesus belongs to Yah. He's the son of Yahweh. So does converting to accepting the son of Yahweh mean that we stop worshiping Ngamata and everything and all the traditions that have been passed down from Ngamata, from our ancestors? And that's the tension, right, in terms of like the so-called two worlds theory. But I think like if we contextualize it, like Sandisa and Mami Tami are saying, like we can develop African Christian readings that don't necessarily polarize the debate. Polarize conversion as if like I need to deny who I am in order to be a Christian. And I think in the West, that's been the problem. Like, where are Western indigenous religions? They don't exist because they've been Christianized, right? And they burnt their witches at the stake and all those things that led in all the wars in Europe about like conversion. There was never a space for negotiating. Whereas in an African context, we have an opportunity, and we not even opportunity, we've been doing this, you know, of negotiating. So I think things like polygamy it's controversial because it speaks to that identity polemic. Now, there's also an economic factor with polygamy. It relates to the economic system and how we thought about it in pre-colonial times. So now, do we stop? So that's also going to be an implication if you just say, let's stop that, because we need to be Christian. And this, that's a very Western reading, I would say. It is not a reading that is African-centered, and that's the hermeneutical thing we are fighting here. It's that tension. And I think we have an opportunity to restore that and fix stuff like that out.
Can I come in, Xolile, there? Because I'm even thinking the new generation actually has started asking questions about polygamy and relating to the Black situation of suffering. You know, then they started looking at polygamy with a very different lenses than those that were influenced by Western Christianity and missionaries. So how this related, I mean, Things Fall Apart touches on this, the book by Achune Achebe. And I think even Steve Biko, I mean, relates to this. And I mean, Black scholars read Steve Biko as someone, there are some Black scholars who read Steve Biko as someone who did not believe in Embo. But actually, he lamented Embo, the fact that Africans can no longer be experts on their own culture. You know, someone else must come and read their own culture and tell them what it means to be African, how to read their own heroes, how to read their own scholars. And then he goes on and on explaining what is Black consciousness. And then he links Black consciousness with African values and African ways of thinking about the world. And I think also within this context, the Soga studies, I think we need actually to start broadening our thinking. And I think, first of all, we need to take our lenses, because I like the lens says that unthinking the West, meaning that we are all thinking the West because we have been touched by colonialism. We cannot be untouched. Therefore, our responsibility is to unthink it in our work. Therefore, meaning that our starting point of doing theology has to be from that kind of context of violence, of colonialism. So therefore, I think if we read these scholars like that, and I mean myself, I've been a victim because I thought Ntsikane was such a sellout. You know, I couldn't reconcile myself with my own history, my own family, you know, until I found ways of reading Ntsikane. And I think reading Ntsikane and Soga and all these scholars starts from the accepting colonialism, accepting that Soga was moving between these two cultures, trying to make sense of them. And all of them, I mean, Dukwane even died fighting with his chief because he had to change his mind in his old age and started helping his own people because of this dichotomy between. So therefore, I think I agree with you, Akolile, that we need to sort of like take initiative of our own history, our own scholars, and how we interpret them. And we don't become just pariahs. We become, like Mignolo will say, we are experts because we're coming from these cultures. We know the oral history. I mean, for me, I embodied the frontier wars in my own clan name as Uqika. So we need to take that serious.
Mayor, please, thank you so much. I agree with you. And I'd just like to say, when I was working with Reverend Tio Soga's sermons, because the sermons, we don't have them as a sort of a book of sermons, diet of worship, as they call them, I took all the references to the sermons that Soga gives in his diary. And I also took the itineration, or like preaching out, he calls it, where he goes out to preach out. And I worked extensively, like for years now, it's been 3 or 4 years. And I also took the names like accommodationism and integrationism, and nothing seemed to fit with what Soga was doing, aside from what you've just said, Mam Tami, where you are talking about inclusivity. So not only do I agree with you, Sandiswa, but I think we need to start generating our own labels, because some of these labels of how African Christianity is dealt with and the negotiations, they actually come from Kwame Bediako from Nigeria. So they are Afrocentric in a very sort of profound way, and yet they still don't work with Reverend Soga's works as far as I can work. So perhaps you have insights on this that you would care to share, but I would like to suggest that we really start to join that discursive world with our own labels. And I'm suggesting that we use the inclusivity of Mam Tami. Mam Tami, can I pass the microphone to you?
Oh, yes, actually, I would like to respond to Mam Joacha.
The floor is yours.
About Dukwana. Is the Dukwana in the Free State the same line as yours?
Well, that's a long story because they moved with missionaries. I was told by a professor now at UP when I came to live here in Gauteng that actually I must go fetch my people in Limpopo because they have a whole area called Kobe. So I believe, and they told me there are others who are called Dukwana. So they say, he's a historian, and he said they moved with missionaries, and therefore some of them don't even remember that part of his years. I mean, I've met many here, the Kodes, who are always interested because they say they can't trace where they come from. So I believe also those, I think they are the Dukwanas.
Oh, perhaps that is why, so you've got a mission to fulfill. And also then, but this Dukwana, the one who dies with his Inkosi, he did not as you put it, suddenly realized that he must fight and put his Christianity. You remember that he actually continued worshiping while he was in the forest.
Yes.
So there was no time when he left his belief in the tree and then came down and then continued with the fight.
Yeah.
He continued worshiping, he continued preaching, and he was a marksman, and he was standing next to Inkosi yakhe, and he was doing his job as umjwaha who had long been iphakathi lakomkhulu, because he had never stopped. When you say he went back, he never stopped. That is the big thing. That is the dichotomy.
I want to correct actually that. I want to correct that because in my paper at the end, which is I did not read, was to say while Soga resorted in writing those songs to actually write about Black suffering at the time, Dukwana, so because their views didn't change, you are so right. He was actually holding meetings in the bushes, you know, prayers. So he did not change, like Soga also started penning down those songs. That's my conclusion, actually. So I'm sorry for that. And thank you for pointing that out.
But carry your mission of checking on the Dukwanas.
It's difficult.
All right.
Benfunuti, it's interesting, ukuba uDukwana, the way he's portrayed at times, like there's this writing, oh, he's turned against us. I'm like, yeah.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
As if being a Christian, it's exactly what you're saying, Sandis, are like, it's political because him identifying with the chief can go, he's no longer one of us. What do you mean? Like, you know, like he was never yours.
Was never yours. He was never owned because
Exactly,
they immediately owned the people.
Exactly. It's as if they're making conversion as a commodity, as if conversion is a price to be paid. That your life, you owe your life to this empire. That being a Christian is sort of your civilian pass to now be one of us.
Yeah, very true.
Which goes against the gospel in itself. Christ dies for the price of our sins once and for all, not to be paid through your allegiance to any other empire. He defeats empire by dying on the cross and rising again. So it's a complete contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I went on a tangent there, but
I love your tangent, Akolila. Go on more if you like. Did anybody like to unmute themselves and speak questions or anything?
I wanted to just hop on what this was saying about expanding the scope. And also what you were saying, Joe, about new terms. And I think it's important for us to reclaim narratives other than Soga. Soga is a man of his time, but there are so many more that were writing, speaking, not written. And we need to reclaim those voices. But I think we need to start narrating the true history of Christianity on the continent, especially in South Africa, especially with the role of Christianity now being seen as the religion of the oppressor. So in order of sort of decolonizing it, we sort of need to tell these stories to show how people show Amaxhosa and even other groups, Tswanas, Tswana people, Zulu people, how Africans we've had agency with this faith. It's not like it came and then, you know, it made us civil. No, we've had agency, we've had empires.
Time.
Yeah.
It's as if time paused.
Yeah.
And then it started again. And with that, I also wanted also now to our European colleagues that are here, also in terms of scholarships and research opportunities, because I know my friend Mputu Mintabeni wrote his book on the River Between in Scotland, and he told me, oh my God, you go crazy when you read the diaries of the soldiers. So also really would love such spaces where we can do this work, because for me, my whole entire work actually is concentrated on Christianity in South Africa, particularly African spirituality. And as Akole is saying, decolonize, because I took the most controversial person in the current history of South Africa, Desmond Tutu. And therefore, I read him in my PhD against the grain, you know, reading him as a Black theologian, which actually, even his calling to ministry was because of it was political. It was because of the Black suffering under apartheid. He didn't want to be a priest. He actually wanted to be a doctor, and he didn't have money to become a doctor. He became a teacher, and Verwoerd came with his policy. Then he was forced to become a priest because he thought this is the space he can advocate. And therefore I dedicated my whole thesis there on Ubuntu, reading it from the perspective of Abantu and the Bantu languages. So therefore, I think it will be nice from our Western colleagues here, if they have these opportunities, would love to read those old diaries that you have access to that side, because we don't have access to them here in South Africa. And that's the honest truth. And this is also part of coloniality still going on, because a certain narrative must continue being portrayed. Even when you look at Desmond Tutu, there are sermons you can't find of Desmond Tutu, because we must remember Desmond Tutu, who speaks about forgiveness, actually is the last theology of Tutu forgiveness. It begins within the framework of the New South Africa. But his 20 years was about justice and humanizing Black people, and it was decolonial. So therefore, we need access to these documents that we don't have access to here.
So there are some documents that are busy being digitized. One of the projects that I'm watching I'm sort of keeping an eye on is a digitization project to make the access better for those. I mean, I definitely will undertake to pass any scholarships and research, positions that I can hear of to you immediately, that I see them. There are few and far between, but that doesn't mean they're non-existent. And I know Aklile is in Edinburgh doing his PhD, so he may also have access to those kinds of things. But if I could just, sorry. I just wanted to, sorry, Neil, you're muted.
Something very quickly, that is, I wrote my paper from the access to an old-fashioned sort of source, including lots of documents called books. I have a couple of thousand books here. And so because of COVID, etc., I was restricted here. And I wrote this paper about the past from books.
But Neil, I think the argument that Sandito is making, with which I concur, because I had the same problem myself when I first started working with this in 2004, giving away my age, is that actually you can't read the missionary periodicals. Like, in order to check whether the Williams rendition of Soga's missionary periodical text was felicitous, I had to go to Edinburgh, and it's extremely difficult, not only to generate the funding to travel, but also to generate funding for accommodation. Accommodation and food are absolutely definitive expenses that I only got around because I had a husband's cousin whose floor I could sleep on. If I'd had to pay for the night's accommodation, I would have not ever been able to do the research that I did. I actually thank them in my acknowledgements for the roaring fires and the nights on their floor. And
actually, you in South Africa are lucky because you have missionary records on microfilm, which were copied, and there are copies in the South African archives depots in whatever it is, Pietermaritzburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, Bloemfontein, etc. The LMS records are there, the Wesleyan records are there. They were microfilmed 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
They're not all there. And also, as Sandis was saying, the diaries of the you know, the kind of, what do you call them, extra identities, like the soldiers, they're not there. So there's some that are there and there are others that aren't. And I have, you know, it is a very difficult stumbling block. I mean, and also, even though I'm promoting digitized sources here as an avenue, and I'm very excited to see the stuff that is being digitized, I know that as a scholar, unless I work with the original, I'm always worrying that something has been omitted, or as there are pages missing, or, you know, especially if you can work with, for example, the missionary records with the letters, or you can go to Cambridge and work with the actual. So Cambridge University Library holds this, the documents for the British and Foreign Bible Society. And I regularly, we're not for the last 3 or 4 years, but have been going from London to Cambridge to do that work as and when my family finances and responsibilities permitted that. And when you sit with those Bibles, as you say, Mum Tami, from 1824, when you sit with those Gospels that have been translated, it's a completely different thing to when you're scrolling on a screen. You have time, you have quiet, it's a different experience of interacting with the source that allows new information to come forward. So, yeah. We make do with what we have, but we want the best.
Can I ask a question, which is that University of Cape Town had the most complete collection of 19th century African language religious publications. Was that burnt in the Great Fire?
Sandy Shell is online with us, but her microphone is not working. So Sandy, Sandy was the one of the most important people in the world, and still is. She was working in that exact library. Sandy, I wonder if you'd be able to just type a response to that question, because it's, I'm sure, on all of the tip of our tongues. I'm not.
While she's typing or something, she's I wanted just to say, in Edinburgh, there's a special collections service, and there's actually a move by the Scottish Graduate School of Social Sciences and Arts and Humanities of like this archival project, sort of decolonizing the archive. Yeah, and I think these are some stuff we can actually push, like, because they are very important South African documents in Glasgow. There's also stuff here, obviously, in Edinburgh. So I think there's definitely things we can do. And there's even stuff at the Central Library of Scotland, which is down the road. So I think, like, if we have a network of just a contact point where we're able to sort of help scholars who are working on certain things, because especially those who have access to them, we can draw those connections. But I think the Scottish Graduate School is consciously wanting to do that. And this is something we can actually put forward as a conference as well, to sort of ensure access to scholars who are working on that. I just wanted to say that.
Noted in my minutes, and I will follow up. School would like to speak, I think. Skumbuzo, are you raising a thumb or asking to speak? You are mute. There you go.
Sandy Shell has written something on chat.
Yeah. She's saying some of them have been lost.
Yeah.
But they still have to work out what has been lost and what has survived in that fire. But I also know, actually, UCT has done I mean, is it last year or this year, where they put what do you call that? Izigidima, the newspaper. I think they because I was trying to read through.
Yeah, icon. It's actually
yeah.
online even, no? It's an online.
Yes, it is.
I saw it online, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And I
Cool.
was like, okay, I need to get, because I accessed it last week when I was reading on Soga. So I think the thing is that here we have to realize that while the artists are talking about museum that have the artifacts in Europe, it is also the same thing in scholarship. They might sometimes even be there, like Nell is saying, but we don't have access to it. It's not publicly there for everyone to access. And I think for being in Africa, that is accessing these old documents, that's the difficulty. So also there's some political aspect in accessing these documents.
Could I come in here? It's Alistair speaking. Could I come in here about the documents at UCT? I have some information about that.
Hello, Alistair. Yes, please do.
Thank you. I spoke to a retired librarian who's a neighbor of ours in the flats here, and from UCT, and specifically inquired about the Stewart papers, which I used extensively for my thesis on Blytheswood many years ago. And she told me that the Stewart papers have all been digitized. That's one major collection. I can't speak for the rest.
Thank you so much, Alistair. Alistair, may we be permitted to know your surname, or are you incognito?
No, my surname is Roger, which causes confusion, but it's spelled the Scottish way, R-O-D-G-E-R.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
Skumbuzo, did you want to speak?
Yes, I wanted to speak. Sorry, I'm connecting from the hospital. But anyway, I wanted to say, perhaps we should think about an open access in terms of thinking about the archive, and also sort of think about what does digital archiving mean, because a lot of these repositories, they're still very user an old system way. Even if you were to go to National Library to see the Bible of Mfonso Soga, there's a very particular way of even the idea of what is it that you say. And I think also the fallacy of the archive, I think sometimes what we've been touching on, it's almost like we are still talking about these a fixed form of an archive. And I think, I don't really quite the word decolonize, but I think there needs to be a way where we move away in terms of decentralizing knowledge. And so it's important that we think about an open access platform, which in a way connects all the dots and able to really kind of ambush, these kind of Eurocentric archiving systems.
I don't know if I could just jump in there as well to say that even sometimes when the documents are digitized, the barrier to entry is financial. So for example, although it is clear to me that I can see that the Soga children traveled extensively in Europe, not only Jessie Margaret going to Paris and Rome, as we were talking about yesterday, but people went on holiday. Like it seems to me John Henderson and his wife went on holiday to Europe as a matter of course, because I can see the ship's logs online, they're digitized. But to pay for access to that, it's not a huge amount of money, but if you have none, it's still impossible. So it's not only about like digitizing them, but a school, as you're saying, it's about open access. Like I think it's £87 a year to access those ship's logs, or maybe it's just a bit more than that. £87 is not a huge amount of money, but from my family budget, it's impossible. So I'm still going on what I think rather than what I can see.
Maybe I can suggest something I've seen in biblical studies that's been quite helpful. So you have a lot of the scrolls in the Hebrew University that are all digitized, right? But then you also have platforms like a website that has all the texts on there. Like every like P45 Sanskrit that was copied by so-and-so. Qumran, scroll of all of them are on that website. So if you're a biblical studies student, what the university does is once you've registered, you have access to that. And then that becomes on the university. But obviously this open access thing needs to function independently. So a website that sort of can do something like that, where if you access it, you can literally see digital, but also because obviously on the website platform, it's just a normal, it reads like a Facebook thingy, like a normal link to a website with the Hebrew writing or Aramaic or Greek writing in it. So something like that could be, it's a lot of work, like the chat is talking about here, like Sandy is saying. But they are good people. Like here in Edinburgh, you've got, you mentioned her in your book, Joe. What's her name again? She's a Liberian lady. She does all the stuff.
Are you talking about Alison Metcalf?
No, the other one, she's a lady. I always ask her about Soga stuff.
Oh, I've got my book right here, so I can check, but I can
yeah.
tell.
Christine Love Rogers. Christine Love Rogers.
Oh, she's amazing.
She's amazing. And she's a Liberian person that works with special collections in divinity. So there are gems like that. and obviously,
also,
I think, yeah.
At the Cambridge, at the British and Foreign Bible Studies store at Cambridge, there's Professor Dr. Onesimus Ngundu, who is also unbelievably available and can help. And so I'm going to write these names into the chat so you can just look at them. But then obviously we'll need to follow up on this to make sure that you're happy with the information that's being sent to you. And if there are any gaps, notify us. Or when I say us, I mean me or Akalil.
Thank you.
Actually, while I'm busy typing, yesterday, I don't know if you were watching, we were in a discussion about the children, and Jeff Piers raised the issue of Reverend Soga's theology in relation to Bishop Tutu. And I promised to delay the question and answering it to today's discussion. I wonder, Sandiswa, if you have anything that you would like to mention in regard to that, or anyone else as well. Would you like to respond, Sandiswa?
I think I've actually already touched on the similarities between the two, and also what it will need for us to study these figures in our history. I mean, of course, they have a lot in common, first of all, because they are, Desmond Tutu is within the context of apartheid, and he is within the context of the frontier wars. So there is a lot that can be done there between the two, and also how the different people read the two, because the new generation sort of like want to negate people like Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu, and rightfully so, because the context, I think Akole has referred to something about the time, because when we study these scholars, we must look at the time. The new generation is feeling and paying for the negotiation of 1994. Therefore, and Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu become like chains in their necks. So although they cannot take these people away from their history, which is, I don't even think they want to, but they want to point out to their own struggles within, one of my articles actually, remembering James Cone's theology, I remember him together with Soga, and I put my own experiences in the New South Africa, and they are so much similar. I mean, you would ask who's living in which time here, you understand. So and therefore from that context, of course, there's a lot that can be done between, and also now going back to Mamutan, this first, because also now Desmond Tutu is the first Anglican Archbishop. And also dealing with that. So, I mean, there's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot of parallelism between these two figures. And I think, you know, when we also read, because I have this paper that I'm going to finish now, the one I am presenting on Soga, there's a lot, someone when I started my PhD, and I realized this towards the end of my PhD, who said to me, who wrote a PhD on Thabo Mbeki, go back in the childhood, go back to the family. Something in the family will tell you who this person is. And then I think he also said I must read on Robert Mugabe. So there's always, for me, I found out actually, for example, from Tutu, towards the end of my PhD, most of his forgiveness theology is influenced by others, but it is not his own theology, because he's grappling all his life with his relationship with his father that he never forgave because he was abusive towards his mother. Therefore, he missed time to when his father asked him to speak to him, he just dismissed him and he left. And then before the night ended, his father passed. So he has been living through that, and now take that personal journey of forgiveness, and then it becomes magnified into the whole society of South Africa. But that comes from his personal experience and his personal journey. And when I looked at Soga, there's so much his mother, and there's so much of his father also. So therefore there he is born already. So he's always been someone who's trying to navigate himself, navigate these difficult spaces that have been handed to him. So, I mean, there's a lot that can be done, I think, between the two. And in fact, it will be an interesting conference to have, to look at Desmond Tutu and Soga. I think that will be a very, very, very much interesting conference, because we also, I mean, in the American Academy conference last year, they asked me, what would it take for them to develop a unit there in the academic, you see that conference that is in November so they asked the director, Prof. Sarongini, in Cape Town, the Desmond Tutu Center. I think we were 3 of us, and the grandson of Verwoerd, I think, and then it was me, like to reflect what will it take for them to develop a Tutu unit. And one therefore of the emphasis was this discussion I think we just had here, and how we read people like. So therefore, in that context, there's a lot. And UNISA is actually opening a center on Desmond Tutu and launching a center this year on Desmond Tutu and Uomgov. Is it Uomgov? No.
Yeah.
Is it, no, not Uomgov. I think it's the one, the theologian, the Afrikaner theologian.
Oh,
Not yet.
Bears.
Bears not yet.
Yes, exactly.
Bears not yet.
Yes, and I'm embarrassed to not remember, because I am on that board that is discussing what kind of theology. I mean, those are spaces where, Joe, we can collaborate in this Soga and Desmond Tutu, because already with Prof. Sarongini, we are already in a relationship with the Desmond Tutu Center.
Brilliant. Amazing. So I was going to say see you again next year, but same time, same place. But it seems like you've got lots of places to be, so I'll have to bring my calling card and put myself in your list. I just want to break quickly. I've had a response from Sandy. I'm not sure if you can all see. While it will still take some time for all collections to be reconstituted and audited, there is no cause for concern about these 2 collections. And actually, that doesn't surprise me. because it's a state-of-the-art university, they must have had proper fire detection things. While water damage did occur in the basement, it was limited and all material was checked and treated where needed. Some material does remain in cold storage for further treatment, but we are hopeful that these two collections will be intact, or that damage, if any, will be limited, which is so important. Thank you so much, Sandy, and also to the archivist at UC2 who you contacted on a Saturday at 1:20 in the afternoon. Okay, brilliant. So
I wanted to just jump on there what Sandis was saying about the sort of the negative association between Mandela and Tutu's reconciliation agenda for our generation. And I think it's linked to this tension of this equality we want and its economic implication, and actually the freedoms that were promised that have not been realized. And I think growing up I'm a 91 kid. I'm revealing my age there, but we were sold the Rainbow Nation, so we believed, but then 2015 happens, roads must fall, and fees must fall. Hey, now it's like, do we really believe in that? And there's this tension of like, do we accept that ideology versus the real struggles? I mean, we went to school with white. I went to Joburg school, Parktown boys. We were black, white, all there, but there was some undercover stuff that we went through. Racism, systematic racism, where boys, and I mean, I use this example as just to give people context, like black guys would never get full colors, or even if they did, they'd only get it in grade 11. White guys would always get full colors in grade 11, even if they played less games or did less things. And it's just a microcosmic example. But this subversive attitude, you live through that and you think, it's not fair, that we are being treated, even in this so-called freedom, differently. And 2015 and 2016, when Fees Must Fall and Rose Must Fall happens, it was a bit of a trigger for a lot of us and a shell shock, because now we're realizing that, so this thing I've been going through, I endured it, and it's actually BS, and actually I need to stand up for myself. And unfortunately, that vision has not gone down well for us. It did not achieve its leg, but we must look at it in context. In the context of the time, it was a deal that was made to protect us from a civil war. But unfortunately, we also need to be honest in our context. It has not helped us. And for some of us, it's made us angry. I know it has nothing to do about publishing, but I thought maybe just to give people in the room.
And the civil war has been going on in the Black Township. So as much as avoided the race civil war, but the black on black civil war has never stopped.
Yeah. It is ongoing.
Almost every night, tale of that.
Sandy's just, sorry guys, there's discussion in the chat going on here. Neil's clarifying, I don't want to talk about this and look like I'm not paying proper attention to the discussion you've just had and my commitment to understanding the extent of that continued bloodshed and violence, and I'm more than respectful of that situation. Please, everybody, have a look at the chat on your own time and see that discussion. It is ongoing. But I wanted to ask, I'm a newbie, I'm a literary theorist, right? So I'm a newbie to theology, and not in so much a newbie anymore, but I have many questions. And is there a formal hermeneutic of forgiveness in theological studies? Can you go to a library and look up biblical hermeneutic of forgiveness?
I'm not really per se, because Western theologians, they would like to claim that for them, what excited them about Desmond Tutu was bringing this forgiveness theology into the public. because forgiveness is not really discussed as a virtue within Western discourses. I mean, is it, it's constant and I forgot the other, but they actually state that even your big philosophers like that of Aristotle, and Plato, going down to Descartes, and they never saw forgiveness as a virtue because the theorizer is already God, therefore he's perfect. There can never be a need to be forgiven because it's a perfect character already. And they also take it, the Stoicism and all of these things. But so virtue is forgiveness is a modern concept across the spectrum, so therefore it is developed within, and I think Martha Nussbaum, that I also used as a whole book also, she's not even comfortable about speaking about forgiveness. She proposes a love, something like that. And then a theologian that maybe you can look into is, but Vincent Brummer also is even speaking about that within the today's, because he's arguing that forgiveness was discussed within the framework of atonement. You see, there was not really that time. So she discusses those three kinds of relationships. So really, there's not really that, archive of forgiveness. And that's part of the things I was trying to do on my PhD.
Also, just to add on that, like you mentioned, Sandra did well to mention, like the virtues in antiquity, for example, pistis, which is the core of faith. Faith in Christ was not a very esteemed value in the ancient world. Like, what's pistis? It's reason. Right? was more a respectable virtue to uphold. So even Paul, when he's debating in even in Acts, you see how he debates in Acts with the philosophers. His virtues aren't necessarily at the level that they are expect in that time. It's very, very, pistis is a very, why would you want to sell us this pistis way of living, this faith, in Christ? Give us reason, give us strength, and all this Greek Hellenistic ideas of virtue. So it's very important to sort of situate that. And in terms of atonement, I think I have big problems theologically. There is no hermeneutic of forgiveness. I have not come across it. Because I do not think forgiveness without retribution is real forgiveness. And even in scripture, that is very clear. In the Old Testament, that is very clear. When we talk about atonement, if someone does something wrong, he has to pay a certain amount. And, there is a payment for every form. And one would say, no, but in Christ, all is atoned, or everything is fine. And there's no. There's even in the New Testament, there's an expectation, all right? Now that you're forgiven, you must live as a child of Abraham. So there's ethics involved. There's a certain way of living. You can't own slaves and then say you were Christian. It's not Christian, that's not the price that was paid. And that's actually part of my work of decolonizing Christianity, or decolonizing even the way we view this faith, this colonial faith. Like, it is a Judeo-Christian movement. It is not some Western religion. It was passed down by this man, Yeshua of Nazareth, right? Not this white Jesus with blue eyes and blonde hair, this Aryan concept. It's a Galilean Jew who proclaimed that he has proclaimed the kingdom of God, and he raised up disciples who went around and preached this gospel all over the world. And it's sort of needing to reclaim that. And what does that mean? It's about being a child of God. It's about being engrafted in the family of Sarah and Abraham, the first great ancestor of God's family, right? Their union is what non-Jewish people and all people of the world are born or included, grafted into. And this is what scripture says. But this has nothing to do with imperial inquisition and all these political elements associated to it. So going back to the point of forgiveness, I think forgiveness without retribution does not exist. And so like even theologically, I know contextually what Tutu was doing, but from a theological biblical standpoint, it is very inconsistent with actually what even the Bible hermeneutically speaks about when it talks about forgiveness and atonement. Yeah.
Are we in a position to, oh, sorry, Tammy. Don't forget to unmute yourself, please.
I'm just throwing in my last point. After a visitation to the Greeks and to the Hellenics, and going back to a canteen, and that is where we are, by the way. And that is where the 1994 settlement is. And you guys, you theologians, refuse to go there. That the settlement in 1994 is mediated on the theme of inclusivity. And the other one I want to include is relational. I want to say, when siseqhantini sichebana induma, we clean each other's wheels. That is how far it goes in making peace and forgiving one another. Forgiving one another includes going to the enemy's head and cleaning up the wheels. Uchebana induma. And that is where it begins. And 1994 is actually that. The Westerners will not look at it that way. They will see it as a settlement. But the settlement is to see that we do not injure ourselves further. We already have. We don't clean. We do not fight to an Armageddon. We do not have those words in our vocabulary, where you fight to an Armageddon. We do not have that. There comes a time when there has got to be a sitting down and cleaning each other's wheels, and no one talks about that. And there comes a time when the relationality, we relate in order to be. We do not exist as umtos mele. We are rhizomas. Our roots intersect. Our roots don't just stand on their own. We are not a tree that stands on its own in our thinking, in our world. And you two guys go back forever to Africanist thinking and then move on to Greece and the Hellenic world. Because this still reigns and it still rules. And it must not, we must not continue burying it. We must not continue erasing it. Because like in rhizomas roots, it keeps on shooting up. The shoots keep on going up. And like rhizomas roots, the intersection goes on. And that is, I think, where we begin when we talk about the forgiveness. So,
can I actually come? I love that analogy because I mean, for me to be able to really critique Desmond Tutu, I had to bring the politics of being, because for him, that was what he was bringing. But he was bringing that to people who do not think the same as the way he is thinking. And therefore it ends up on this superiority and inferiority, because therefore Biden can say last year, after what happened in Afghanistan to the Americans, we shall not forgive, we shall not, but when Africans do it, it must be praised. But for them, they can't forgive for a small number of people that have been killed in Afghanistan. But millions in Africa must be killed and will be open. So for me, I argued in terms of being, who is being and who is non-being. you know, so, but if you are talking about it candy within Black people, like you just said it, Mam Tami, they exactly understand, Ukuti, we are here to heal each other. We are here to lick each other's. I mean, if you read Tuna Achebe, this concept you're talking about, the very beginning, Ikemofu, remember that war that nearly broke between the villages because the other one killed them, the wife of. They had to come up with ways to avoid war. And that is what you are talking about. That's what they did. But because they are coming from the same way of thinking, the same way of spirituality, of reasoning, and they were able to break that war. But now in South Africa, going back to Axolile, you have these sort of like colliding worlds again. So post-1994 doesn't fail because of Desmond Tutu or Nelson Mandela. It fails because white South Africans refuse to understand, to listen. They refuse to come to the table. And it's historical. It has happened with Utatu Khubusani. Remember, Utatu Khubusani offered assistance to the Afrikaners. They said, we can fight between us, but you as a Black person, you can never kill and allow you to kill another. So historically, this is what Maluleke speaks about, the rabbit and the lion. If there can ever be reconciliation, because there is always the rabbit wants to escape, the lion is left, because that's what he described post-1994, holding the war, because he's like thinking, oh, the whole cave is gonna fall on both of us if we go to civil war. So therefore, let me hold. Then the rabbit gets away. He makes that fable using, you know. So I mean, that's exactly also what I actually went on my page, deep. And thank you for that. It can't.
Mama, you need to go and tell Wongum the Lord those.
Then I won't come back.
So profound.
Very profound, very.
So we've just been joined by Pezi and Tembisa, Soga and Mbali, and I think that's Luyanda. Welcome at last. So, but it's we've missed one paper, that paper of Professor Modise. So, strictly speaking, it's 25-2. And if anyone would like to continue, we can continue. But if you are exhausted and would like to break now for lunch, then I will accept that as well. Please, let me be guided by your wishes.
I think we can break. I think we've exhausted every aspect. And I think what now is left is that perhaps the communication between this group doesn't stop. And we can even explore the conference on Tutu and Soga, especially Tutu just passed.
Well, I did always say that this was the first, which means there will be a second. Mam Tami?
Just a reference to Mam Tsikha. That is Ikyalala Mawele, Kamkai. Besides Chinua Achebe, Ikyalala Mawele, he's at it. He is at the issue of reconciliation and forgiveness and umzi walungisana. Umzi walungisana. This is how he wraps it up. The home healed each other to get healing. Thank you. That's the only thing. Because you are on Chinua Achebe. I want to give you Mkai.
Actually, Dinyigo Maluleke said I must use, because my supervisor was Dinyigo Maluleke and Eddie van der Boot from Belgium. So Dinyigo referred to Ikyalala Mawele, but the second book I used is A.C. Jordan. Remember the Wrath of the Ancestors. the conflict that he's going through. So in my thesis, I use both Achuna Achebe and the wrath of the ancestors, because that is what is also going on there. So I actually watched the Chalalama well at the end of the year again, exactly to see that. Although, of course, I didn't exploit, because my PhD was almost now like going to 400 pages.
It's funny because do you remember in the opening session I told you that I heard first about Cliff Dikeni, about Tio Soga from Cliff, and Cliff was writing a thesis on Itshalala Mawele at the time. It's a small coincidence, but how can I not mention? So in that case, to my amazing panelists, for whom I'm so grateful for your time, thank you so much. This has been the best conversation of my life. Thank you very, very much. And yes, we will continue. And yes, we will grow this information. And I hope we will interrupt the discussion on human hermeneutics to make a new hermeneutic of forgiveness. I don't know how hard it is, but we can try, you know.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much, Mama and Sisi, Sabula, and Neil.
And Joe for organizing this thing. Thank you.
It's a
Thank you.
pleasure.
It's very interesting, but I will have to look up the word and learn how to spell it.
Hermeneutics. It's easy. Hermeneutics. It's a name. You can
But
think
I will
of
have to look up the meaning too, I'm afraid. I'm not a theologian.
The art of interpretation.
yeah, interpretation. Yeah, the way stories are made. We are supposed to reconvene at 3 o'clock for an intervention, which I'm not sure is still going to go ahead, because Skumbuzo has had to take someone to the hospital, unfortunately. And it's his intervention. But please do check in again with us at 3 o'clock in case. And in the meanwhile, let us. I know it says 4. But it's supposed to say 3. If you are able to meet at 3, then please do for the final wrap up of the conference. But in the meanwhile, please, I hope you eat well. We all have hungry tummies.
Tabby.
Thank you all, guys. Bye.
See you soon.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Just to let you know that we've been held up on this side for about another 15 minutes, maybe even half an hour, because of an unforeseen complication. But we are going on with the intervention of Sumbuzo Makondula in about 25 minutes from about 3:30. I hope this is acceptable to you. Please check in with us again at that point. Thank you.
Go, your video started, you're live.
Hi, Ian, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Hi, Ian, how are you feeling?
Much better, thank you. I was really shivery this morning, but once I got up and got out, I felt a lot better. So sorry again, I missed yesterday.
No, that's okay. I'm just so glad that you're feeling better. I was really worried about you last night.
Yeah, could you speak up a wee bit? Sorry.
I just said, I'm really glad you're feeling better because I was so worried about you last night. Did you get my email?
Which one was that?
The one where I was saying how well received your paper was.
No, I didn't actually.
Maybe I didn't send it properly. I wrote to you last night to say thank you so much, and the paper.
No, I see it now. It's just I wanted to get out for a breath of fresh air this morning, so I didn't look at my emails at all. After I contacted you yesterday, I was absolutely flat on my back for the rest of the day and the night, I'm afraid. I'm really pleased to see that, so thank you.
It is recorded, and it's the last paper in the panel. Janet Carolyn went before you.
All right, that makes sense.
So, so if you look up there is a link, but I said to you in the email because my Wi-Fi wasn't working so well, so I couldn't actually get the link for you. But if you Google JS Soga conference, you will see it's on a YouTube link. And you can already watch the paper. It's been available since last night.
Right. Okay. I'm not quite sure. I'm up to concentrating on getting what you said there. Sorry. I mean, I'm capable of listening and hopefully enjoying the rest of the afternoon. But of what you just said, I'm sorry. I'm not quite up to my usual, I'm afraid.
No problem. No problem. I just want to alert you that it is available and you can.
Oh, right. I see you've got it in your email anyway, so I can get it from that.
What a beautiful paper you wrote, Ian. I was so proud to deliver it on your behalf.
Thank you.
You should always write your own material from now on. You have no excuse left. You're out in the open now.
Can I test this mic?
Ian?
Can we just test this mic? I'm just going to plug it in to see if you're getting better audio if you stand further away from the laptop.
Yeah.
Sound 1, 2. Killer, just tell me if you're getting. Sound 1, 2. Is it better? Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2.
I need you, baby. Do you know she's singing?
Is it better with the
1, 2?
microphone? Okay. So for the play,
Yeah.
because they're walking around, we're going to use this mic. As soon as they're done and you're ready to put back on, we'll pull it out.
Okay,
And we'll
perfect.
put the computer back to where it was.
Perfect.
Is that fine?
Yes, I think so. So we still, we've run into not a technical glitch, but a person power situation. And so we're only actually going to do the next bit starting in about 20 minutes, hopefully. So if you want to make yourself a coffee and just relax for another 20 minutes, that's totally in order.
I'm really not sure. I just sort of, I don't know if that'd be, you said.
I've lost you and plug it in. Sounds also coming out from here. All right, cool. I can sort it out.
That's useful to know.
No problem. Select a microphone. Select a speaker.
You're still holding us together, Ian.
Ian, you there?
I am here, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Ian, just give me a second. I'm sorting out the sound.
Okay.
It's nice and warm here, Ian. It's 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's lovely in Glasgow as well. Yeah, I've even got the window open, so it must be warm.
Sorry, Ian, it's not you, it's us. We're just trying to get input and output here.
Yes.
Really? Never. I'm missing out. I know.
It's actually with that national delicious. But
Guys, sorry.
we had,
I'm just testing the microphone. Just 1 second. Ian, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, good.
I'm just doing a sound check. Sound 1, 2. Killer, can you hear me? I'll step back. Sound 1, 2. Is it getting faint?
It's clear here, if that helps.
Is it clear there, Ian?
Yeah, it's very clear, thank you.
Okay. And the last one, sound 1, 2. Sound. Ian, can you hear me?
Hello?
No, I'll be gone. Ian?
That's further away.
Okay. So, Ian, just give me a thumbs up. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me as I go, right?
Okay. Do you want me to indicate
Can you
like
hear me
down
now?
if it's too low or high if it's clear or
Can you hear me
anything?
now, Ian?
Yeah.
Any thumbs up? Yeah, good. Can you hear me now, Ian? Good. And the last one, first point. Can you hear me now, Ian? Thank you, Ian. Okay, so for the act, I'll plug this in. When the guys are not moving around, we'll just use it as
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ian, for helping us.
No problem. You suggested for yesterday if I couldn't make it for the event, I could maybe wave. Could you maybe do that before you start the session? Because I'm not sure I'm up to sitting in for the whole afternoon. I'm sure you could understand after 2 days in bed, I'm still pretty wabbit, a good Scottish word, meaning not entirely well. But I'd like to just say hello to everybody if that's possible. No offence taken if you don't have time for it.
I'm going to call people now. Ian.
Hello.
They're coming to meet you.
Oh,
I've
that's
just
very
told
nice. Thank
everybody
you.
to come. I'm so happy. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, thanks again for reading my paper for me. I'm sure you made a better job of it than I would have done.
I don't think so. Everybody, this is Ian, and if you come around, you'll be able to see him on this side.
You can see us on the camera.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is Pezzy.
That's your camera.
Hello,
Ian, hi, Ian.
pleased to meet you.
Hi.
Okay.
This is Zwede. Hi, Ian.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Bali, hello.
Hi there.
Bali.
Hello.
And everybody else is eating, or we've just been breaking for lunch.
Sure.
Here comes Tapelo Mokwatsi.
Come, Tapelo.
Come and say hello. This is Ian. He's up here. And he said, Ian, you're in 3 places.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hello.
I'm fine. I took keen interest on AK Soga. That's my connection to the whole
Right.
thing. Yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Yeah, you look good.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, everybody else is still, Kayla, are you recording? Maybe Ian, we're gonna put is it possible to record just for like 4 seconds for Ian to wave to us? Ian, we're gonna put you into the recording, so when I say.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there to present my paper yesterday, and hope your session on Thursday, yesterday and today has gone very well. I'm sure it did. Thanks very much to Joe for reading out my paper, and I'm keen to get any feedback from people or anything that people didn't know that they would like me to share, or any new information that you might have that I don't. It's been a great pleasure trying to explore Jesse's life, and thanks to Joe for enabling me to share it internationally.
Perfect, now you're in forever. Thank you, Ian.
Do you think others will be back in your actual room within about the next 20 minutes? Because I'm happy to sort of hang around for about half an hour or so. I can do other things in the background, or if you don't think that, I just don't feel I'm up to the whole afternoon. I'm sure you can appreciate, because of the way I felt with that shiver, I didn't really feel like eating very much, so I sort of subsisted on orange juice. So.
I'm so glad that you're feeling better. I was worried that you might have COVID, but it looks like it's definitely not COVID then.
No, I've had this kind of thing before, and although it comes on unexpectedly, it usually goes very quickly. You know, I can get up and feel awful and then go back to bed. Then 10 minutes later, I can get up and feel absolutely great. It's quite baffling, but at least it passes off quickly, thankfully.
Thankfully. Well, the thing is, the next thing that's going to happen is called an intervention. So it's like a play, and once the participant enters, I don't think I can interrupt the atmosphere.
No, that's absolutely fair enough. You've got the recording anyway.
Yeah, I've got the recording, but if you are still around at the end of the intervention, then we can definitely take a chance for you to greet people again, and the others who are back in, if that's okay with you.
Do you have a rough timetable, time scale for that?
No, unfortunately not, because we're already 20 minutes late, and I have no idea how much more late we will be.
Okay, well, I mean, it's such a nice day there. I want to get a lot of fresh air, but I might see, because I know I've got other emails to answer. I was actually sitting half on my bed when I sent the emails to you. So there's other things I need to do. So I could sort of, have, excuse me, the intervention on in the background and see how I feel with it. Very briefly, was there anything significant that came out of the presentation in terms of like new information, or was it just people pleased at what I'd found?
Yeah, in fact, there were some who completely couldn't believe it.
Right.
And so, you know, the one person you'll hear when you read when you watch. But I did explain that no, this is totally. They said they thought that that Jessie was rather. This is Ian McCracken who wrote the paper on Jessie.
On Jessie, okay. Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Kululwa.
Well,
I was trying to sort of. She's busy trying to organize the interventions.
all right, okay.
So they asked the question, is it true that Jessie looked after her mum as well? In a little bit of a disbelieving tone. So I said, oh no, they went on holiday together, they were together the whole time. And Sandy Shell was online. In fact, she's still online now, but I'm not sure. Sandy, can you see Ian is there? Because I know we've worked
She might be off for lunch, maybe.
But her microphone isn't working. So we would take questions from her on over the chat this morning.
Yeah, in terms of Jessie and looking after her mother, I mean, if there is anything about that, it's not going to be in any of the media that I looked at. It's hardly the kind of thing that's going to be mentioned in the context of a concert report. So you would have to have access to family papers to know that. So I could have speculated about it, but I didn't find any evidence of it. And my whole paper was based on the evidence that I found, not on, you know, the only thing I think I speculated on was whether her mother had taught her how to make marmalade, which I thought was a reasonable speculation. But
I love that.
But other than that, you know, her mother's name didn't come up apart from in the context of the Wellington Church.
That's right.
And that was when her mother was doing the talk on Caffraria, as it was mentioned.
That's right.
You know, it's sometimes surprising that people sort of assume that everything that happened, absolutely everything, is recorded somewhere, and it was never going to be recorded that she looked after her mother.
I think,
you know, unless there'd been anything about her mother and her mother's death in the papers that said beloved mother of X, Y, and Z or whatever. But you know, I really maybe, you know, it's just different ways of looking at things, I suppose. You know, my background is obviously looking at things from a factual perspective, not a conjectural one.
Absolutely. So, Janet, Ian McCracken, who wrote the paper on Jessie, is well enough to sit up, and he's there. He wants to say hello. Hello. Yes. Ian. If you want to wave, you have to. So this is our very own Janet Soga, Ian.
Delighted to meet you.
Nice, pleased to meet you too. We've heard so
It's
much.
been a great privilege and pleasure to learn all about Jessie, who's such a marvelous person, and I think a credit to the family as well. So I've really had a great joy in finding out her story, and hopefully you found something interesting and new and what I discovered about her.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. At least it's as if I know her already now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. Much appreciated.
Okay, Ian, we're going to start in 5 minutes with the intervention, so I've got to clear the space.
Okay.
Join us if you can. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're feeling better.
Well, thanks very much, Joe. Thanks for your support.
need to be all here. Then we move it to the next part. Is it not necessary?
Psalm 1, 2. Psalm 1, 2.
Oh, sorry.
Psalm 1, 2.
Must be the side.
Psalm 1, 2. Psalm 1, 2. Good, Psalm? Good. Yeah, slowly. Just hold up.
In all the pictures, I'm always watching you.
I love that.
So yes,
Bring out my color. I love it.
Is this supposed to be here?
No, no. Take my jacket out.
Oh, sorry.
Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. No, those are fine.
Oh, we don't want any change. It's fine.
I'm so sorry, guys.
It's rather than
Hello, everyone. My name is Zodwa Tutani, and I'm introducing the next clip that is going to be playing. It's from Ingo Magatio, an intervention. Artists Kumbuzo Makandula, Chris Jardin, and Wanditanda Makandu. And then for the live art, Wanditanda and Chris are in absentia. Thank you.
Zikiliwe umsindisi owafela thina bantu singenalo ukhanyiso besihamba wasithwala yena yedwa wena moya uzungene.
zalisana idinga, zalisana idinga, zalisana idinga, zalisana idinga, zalisana idinga, lizalisene idinga, lizalisene idinga, lizalisene idinga, idinga lomhlaba, zalisane idinga, idinga lomhlaba, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, idinga likasandile, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, idinga likasahile, idinga likamaqoma, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, idinga lomhlaba, zalisane idinga, 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 idinga lomhlaba, zalisane idinga, idinga lomtika, idinga lomazaleni, ojodeni, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, idinga likazisane, idinga likazisane, zalisane idinga, 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 lizalisene idinga, lizalisene idinga, zalisane idinga. Zalisane idinga, zalisane, zalisane idinga, 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 zalisane idinga. Zalisane idinga, 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 idinga lobuzo, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga, zalisane idinga. Sanity. 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 Idinga lomhlaba. Sanity. Idinga likasisane. Sanity. Lizaliseni idinga. Idinga lomhlaba. Zalisani idinga. Zalisani idinga. Zalisani idinga. Idinga lobuzwe. Zalisani idinga. Zalisani idinga. Zalisani idinga. Idinga lamajwaha. Zalisani idinga. Idinga lomtika. Zalisani idinga. Idinga lojodela. Zalisani idinga. Zalisani idinga.
you everybody for your attention in that intervention. In order to digest the enormity of what we have just witnessed, I would like to suggest a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back to round off and close off the conference. Is that okay? Thank you. Dear participants, right now and since Thursday morning, 24th of March, it seems like at least 3 weeks ago we opened this conference, and in fact it's only 3 days. And it also seems hardly possible that something we have worked so hard towards for so long, in the backs of our minds, in the fronts of our minds, over meal times with strangers and friends and family, trying to understand what we want to do here. It's now finished and everything that we've done is done.
Just a second, put an issue there. I'm actually going to take this away from me.
Is this start again?
No, you did some of it. It's just started.
So it is my honor to thank everybody who's been involved in this, from Simon, who has been our invisible technical person, to Kayla and Matthew, who have been the most very visible technical people, to Pezi Soga, Bali Soga, Tembisa Soga, to Luyanda, who is not currently in the room, and Janet Soga, to Carol Gallagher and Janet Carolyn, and Hector Soga and Eric Cole, who helped him to attend, and all our delegates, and participants, virtual and in present. We've had the most astounding 3 days. We've generated scholarship and newness in a way that is just so exciting, because we really have here enough that we can at least proceed for the next few steps, at least, in working out where we're going to take Soga studies and how contemporarily we receive Soga information. And I'm just so grateful that we've had this opportunity. Thank you so much to Jayas for hosting us. And I feel certain that I'm forgetting to say things. Vanessa, thank you so much for everything. And yeah, I mean, we've heard papers on the way in which Soga is represented in contemporary scholarship from Mandisi Majavu and from Tolly Bradford and Tando Mama, and Vivian was there too, and myself and Stephanie Victor, to really getting into the nitty-gritty of what it's going to take to create a new archive, or create an archive which speaks to the issues of contemporary scholars and future scholars, which was a wonderful panel. We've received such amazing feedback about Bulelwa Mbangu's and Zodwa Tuchani's participations. And we really are going to take that forward to see where we can go with a proper building where we can house all the documentation that we find and create a living and an inert archive. To understanding far deeper the work that has been done on Soga and Soga's children, as well as understanding, how Soga features in contemporary biblical African Christian studies. We're extremely grateful. It is now 4:10 on Saturday, the 26th of March 2022, and I hereby call on behalf of Skumbuzo Makandula, the one and only, call this conference and myself to a close. Thank you very, very much, everybody. See you again next time, this time next year.